corruption and nepotism. People dislike those things, and the crisis that came up in the Western region during 1965 election as a result of the ruling class trying to extend their political tentacle to cover the West. So it resulted to using talks to snatch away boxes. There was naked rigging of election that degenerated into almost anarchy in the West. So the riot in the West, which was popularly referred to as Operation Weti,
Operation Weti,
where mass people were killed, was going on. The Prime Minister was helpless to quell the situation, and this created an avenue for the military people to take over.
And you said there were jubilations in the street of Kaduna.
Yes,
when Zogo and co struck. But why would they jubilate when Ahmadu Bello, their leader, was killed in that coup?
Because of the happenings, the political happenings during that time. People were disenchanted with the level of corruption going on among the ruling class. The nepotism was going on. And it came to a level where vote did not count. In our nascent democracy in the Fourth Republic. So people were not happy.
Who did you see jubilating? Were they northerners?
The masses.
Or southerners in Kaduna?
Masses of the people.
Did you jubilate?
Yes, I did.
You welcomed the coup?
I thought it was a relief, a big relief. I thought it was a big relief.
In your first book, this book,
yes,
this is your first book.
Exactly.
About the war.
Yeah.
You titled the book The Bloody Nigerian Biafran War.
Exactly.
You called the first coup a revolution.
A revolution.
Why was it a revolution?
It was a change in government. Change in government.
In this book, it's like you celebrated the first coup.
I celebrated it. If you look at the personality of those who staged the coup, the January coup, 1966, they were radicals, element, well-read. Look at the life of Njogu, Cardinal Njogu. He was widely read with the school of Mazi's philosophy, and he was vast in military history. So he was a radical socialist officer who wanted a change of government. He wanted a change of government. They wanted to clean up the government, the First Republic, because they saw that that government of Baliwa was not working. It was not working. So they wanted to uproot it. So that was why Sadana was killed. Sadana was the leader of the party, NPC, who stayed in Kaduna. Tafawa Balewa was the prime minister who controlled the apparatus at the federal level. So Kanu wanted to change this rotten apparatus. So they became targets. Two of them became targets of the revolutionaries.
You also made the point in your first book,
yes,
that it was not an Igbo coup.
No, it's not an Igbo coup. It's not an Igbo coup. Because I disagree with those people who have been lying that Njogu coup was an Igbo coup. Some of them are even arguing that because only Major Ademoyiga, who is a Yoruba major, if not the whole 8 of them were Igbos. That was the premise they look at it from. And it was a wrong premise. You see, a revolution is a revolution. Whether people are from the same place, provided you have the same mind to remove those in power, it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter at all. I don't agree with those people who tag Nzogu revolution as Igbo revolution.
You know, some would say that the killings were targeted towards certain regions.
Mm-hmm.
Why another region was excluded from the killings.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the region that was excluded from the killing, the eastern region, most of the officers that carried out that coup came from that region or close to it. So they have defined that coincidence as an Igbo coup.
Not even coincidence. You can't say it's coincidence.
Okay.
It's a reality. The revolutionary wanted to change the government. Who were the people who were holding the apparatus of the government? The ruling class, the ruling party. Sarana was the head of the party. He stayed in Kaduna. If you want to change that government without eliminating Sarana, do you think that government that coup will succeed? That was why they became target of the revolutionaries.
What about Akintola?
Akintola was, yes, Akintola. You see what happened was that they made an alliance with the party of Akintola. That was, I was telling you that the ruling party wanted to extend their political tentacle to capture power in the West. And it deteriorated to crisis, serious crisis. You see? So Western region became a problematic region that must be dealt with. The Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa, who's supposed to use his power to quell the situation in the West, refused. So when Uyo came up, they wanted to bring peace in the Western region. Even when they are talking about Igbo coup, I always laugh at them. When you say that it was an Igbo coup, who was the person who was the mark to become the prime minister? Was it Okpara in the east? Was it Ajikiwe, who had no power, who was a titular president general? It was Awolowo from the west. Then what type of interest the revolutionary wanted to protect? If they call it an Igbo coup, picking somebody from the west to become the prime minister. So they had a national interest, not the Igbo interest at all.
You sound as if Nzogu is your hero.
Yes, he's my hero. Up till now, he's my hero.
Otsoja, you're saying that?
Yes. And because if he's not a hero, he's a nationalist. Udogu was a nationalist to the core. You see, people, all these politicians are talking from their both sides of their mouth. When Njogu was killed in July 1967, around the campuses of Nsukka University, in the night, by 21 Battalion, under Captain Wushishi. They recognized his body and they informed go on, order them to remove the body to Kaduna for a befitting burial, national burial. He was given that national honor. Nzogu was given that national honor. So he was a hero. And when people talk about Igbo coup, I always laugh at them.
If you are interested in understanding the man Nzogu, I am recommending this book to you, Nzogu by Olusegun Obasanjo. It seems to be the only one who has taken time to give us a biography of Kaduna Nzogu. So this is one book that is revealing about the person of Nzogu. And Warrant Officer Peter Salifu, retired, seems to admire Nzogu a lot. So you can get this book on udarabooks.com, on udarabooks.com, or you can order it through our WhatsApp numbers. So the numbers are on the screen. The Nzogu coup led to a counter coup.
Yes.
The counter coup was followed by a pogrom.
The program.
And your second book, entitled The Holocaust of the Nigerian Biafra War, it dwells on that Holocaust.
Yes.
In fact, on the pogrom in chapter 2.
Yes.
You make the point that you identified the officers that led the counter coup.
Yeah.
Muhammadu Buhari was one of them. Babangida, Abacha, Murtala Muhammad,
T.Y. Danjuma.
and some of them eventually became heads of states.
4 of them.
Is there something special about the caliber of that team?
If you examine that coup and the enthronement of these people as head of state, military head of state, you realize that these people were the people who entrenched ethnicity into Nigerian politics.
How do you mean?
Yes. Right from there, if you look at Buhari regime, there's no doubt that you can call that regime anti-ethnicity. He encouraged ethnicity and other vices. You see, that is why if you look closely, the Murtala Muhammad coup and how 4 of them became head of the military government in Nigeria subsequently, they wanted to protect their own interests, not the interest of the masses, not the interest of the masses. And
not the interest of the North?
Not the interest of the North. Well, which North? Look at how they left the North in chaos. How many of them became president of this country from northern part of the country? Look at the poverty there at alarming rate. Look at the insecurity in the North, the banditry, the Boko Haram, and maybe probably a week ago they said they have discovered another group again from Sokoto.
Yeah.
Coming up again. Go to North. We rule, our people govern for almost 20-something years. But what have we gotten from the North? Poverty and squalor. Abject poverty in the North. Nothing.
You live in the North.
I still live in the North.
You came all the way
from the North
to Ibadan. For this interview.
Yes. Despite my age of being 77 years old.
Why were you so interested?
I know, because I want to correct those errors. A lot of people are talking so much in the social media, trying to act or to distort history. They wanted to distort history. So I want to put down the truth of the matter.
You make the argument that the counter coup led to the civil war.
Yes.
You've also said that the counter coup was a revenge coup.
Yeah, a revenge coup.
That means to every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
Yes.
The counter coup was a reaction to the January coup.
Yes.
So if you are saying the counter coup led to the civil war, will I be right to also say that because the January coup led to the counter coup, So the civil war can also be linked to the January coup.
Yeah, but how can you link it? The counter coup to January coup. They had their own interest at heart.
Because the counter coup came because there was a January coup.
But look at the killings. Look at the killings. Look at the killings. The counter coup, the target of the counter coup were the ruling class, two civilians from the north. Two civilians from the north. Amadou Bello, who was the premier of the northern region, and the party leader, MPC, and the Tafawa Balewa was the prime minister, were killed. Then if you come to Lagos, where there was Mamalari, Palm, defending the interests of the government at the center. They were taken out too. Then only Lagema, Lieutenant Colonel Lagema, the 4th Battalion commander at Ibadan, was equally killed because he was defending Akitola, that trouble Western region. That was why Lagema was taken out too. But look at that.
Colonel Onegbe was also killed.
Onegbe because of maybe he was a quartermaster general. Maybe he was having conflict with the revolutionaries.
So an Igbo officer was killed.
An Igbo officer was killed. How do you say about that?
So the counter coup did not just target leadership.
No.
It targeted the people.
The people concerned at the upper echelon of the army.
There was a massacre in Abeokuta.
There was massacre. Because why I'm saying this, if you compare the coup, the January revolution, with Mohammed Murtala coup of July 29, 1960, you see a disparity here.
In your second book, you said the January coup was ideological.
Ideological, because the January 1966 coup, led by Major Kanu was with ideology and focus. They were having ideology and focus. And they were having a direction to take, path to take. But if you look at July 1966 coup, they had no ideology and focus. The coup was there to revenge.
Obasanjo in this book, My Command, described the killings in the counter coup as senseless killing.
Yes, senseless killing. I describe it in my own new book too.
In chapter 2.
In chapter 2.
Because you quoted this book.
Yes, I quoted this book.
Why did you go for this book?
Because Obasanjo was telling the truth. He was telling the truth that many people don't want to hear. He stated the truth here.
Are you recommending this book to people?
Yes, for history purpose.
Okay.
For history purpose.
The title of this book is My Command. Of Igbo origin, we were killed in Abeokuta, in Ikeja.
3 of them.
In the north. And northerners and military officers then went to town. And Igbos were targeted. That was what you saw.
Yes.
In Kaduna. Igbo men and women were killed.
Yes.
Even children. Yes. That's what you call the pogrom.
Yes.
And because of the pogrom, there was war. Yes. In 1967, into the Nigerian army.
Yes.
After you have witnessed the pogrom.
The pogrom, yes.
You joined the Nigerian army during wartime.
Yes.
When did you realize that it was a pogrom? Was it before you joined the army or after you have left the army?
I saw everything. I was a living witness. Then after the war, I decided to write my book.
Why did you join the army to fight Biafra?
To keep Nigeria one. That was the slogan to us. That was the slogan to us. There was no any other slogan rather than to keep Nigeria one.
So by the time you were joining the army, you believed that the Igbo nation was wrong?
Anyway, but that they were not wrong. You know, I was in the trench for 20 months, fighting day and night. 20 months without being posted to the rear or transferred from the trench until the end of the war. And I saw how the Biafrans were determined with zeal to fight us. They were fighting for survival. Even it came to a point in 1969 when a lot of soldiers realized that the war was fruitless. It was not the war that those who caused the war were not affected. People started to inflict themselves with injury to be taken to the rear, but until Obasanjo came to save the situation and ended the war. If not, and I believe I stated in my book there how Biafra surrender. It was not much of our firepower or anything. It was hunger. It was hunger. Because when we block the Cameroon border through road, Calabar, and we block Port Harcourt through air, Biafra was not having any access to outside world through air, through water, through land. So they were in a desperate situation by then, and they were affected by hunger. I think that factor alone affected the people, the Biafran soldiers on the battlefield. You see, and one thing I jealous Biafra here, I stated in my book, when they were blocked and they were not having access to either from outside world or food, they went into the drawing board, called all their scientists, and they started to produce locally their own weapon to confront us. They confronted us for almost 1 year and some days because we were rejoicing that after the blockade, the Biafran would give up. But they did not give up. They produced their own weapon to confront us. And I reminded Nigeria that they could have harnessed the resources, human resources, the scientific evolution that took place in Biafra, shape the scope of our military department.
In your book, you mentioned Biafran armored vehicle called Red Devil.
Red Devil.
You saw it in action.
They confronted us more than it was a monster, a dangerous monster.
Locally built.
And it can be compared with the one we imported from Britain and other European countries.
This was in the 60s.
Yes, the 60s. They developed this. Not that one alone. What about the rocket launcher? They developed it locally. What of the mines that maimed so many of our soldiers, killed so many of our soldiers?
You witnessed the dangers of Ogbunigwe.
Ogbunigwe. I think the sad moment I had was the death of one of my company twice called Lieutenant Okpere. You see, when we were advancing towards Afan Power House from Umagbai on the main road, that one was on the top of the mines, and they blew it. It scattered the lieutenant. You see, all his flesh was mangled. No single part of his body could be identified to be buried. You see? So to tell you how dangerous that mine was, it killed so many of our soldiers. Killed so many, and it prolonged the war. What about the grenade? The hand grenade. They produce it. I could remember the fight at about Waterside, where they were putting chemical in a bottle and threw to us, killed so many of our soldiers. That was the innovation.
You remember the crossing of Imo River?
Yes. That was the saddest moment of my life on the battlefield.
Can you tell me about it?
It was horrible. It was horrible. It was that time Biafra massacre our soldiers. You see, when we took Aba, I think it was on 4th September 1968, then we were ordered to cross the Imo River. 37th Battalion was ordered to follow Ikotepene Road to link up with 13th Brigade from Ikotepene. 31 Battalion, under the command of Captain Issa, was commanded to follow Maya Road to link with the 1st Division. Even we were following them steadily, we pushed them as far as to St. Michael College. And we pinned down there. The second day saw the massive confrontation of Biafra against us. As early as 4 a.m., a machine gun from the Biafran direction beat a staccato rattle. How the Biafran managed to infiltrate our defensive line was a surprise thing to us. They covered the whole rear. They encircled us with a tickling of an eye. They were confronting us fiercely. And then they forced us to withdraw to about Waterside. That was where we killed them. They were killing us. I think half of the battalion, 37 battalion, was sadly reduced to half of them. And then 31 battalion, the same thing happened to them. Almost 200 and something soldiers of the 31 battalion were killed. You see?
The way Nigerian troops also demolished Biafrans in Bonny. You also encircled them in Bonny at some point.
But that one could not be compared with the loss we recorded at about Waterside.
Was it complacency on the part of the Nigerian troops?
Well, I can't say it. It could be.
When you remember the war, how do you feel?
It was sad. I don't think such a thing will happen in this country again. I don't think any sensible person who witnessed the whole course of the war will talk about any war.
But some young persons are ready to fight again.
Nigeria. What about Nigeria itself? What about the politicians? Have they learned any lesson? It's sad, very sad indeed. Our politicians have never learned any lesson at all about the war. They have not learned any lesson.
Politics led to the coup.
Yes.
Massive rigging of elections.
Of elections.
As we speak, we are still talking of rigging of elections.
It's even more than the First Republic. More than the First Republic. Vote doesn't count again. Now, the politicians who have money, the highest bidder, they will rig an election and ask you to go to court. And our courts, the politicians, they have hijacked our courts today. It is the court that declare a person winner in a political contest. It's not the masses again, not the electorate. That's the sad aspect of it.
You are experiencing this as a 77-year-old man.
Yes.
And you are pained.
Very painful.
I mean, we don't learn from history.
We don't. We don't. And I have to remind Nigerians that there's no country that can survive 2 civil wars. It's going to be a destruction. It's going to be a destruction. They have to learn the lesson. They have to learn the lesson. And put aside this Machiavellian politics. They justify the means. They justify the means. Look at what the governors of this country are accumulating today. Eh? In those days, we were hearing embezzlement of public funds in thousands, but today in billions. In billions. Probably, who knows, by tomorrow it will reach trillions of naira.
You know, Nzogu's coup speech was talking about those who collect 10%.
10%.
Good for nothing VIP.
Yes.
And they got angry and struck.
Yeah, they struck. They struck.
What do you see if this continues?
Well, to me, there are 2 options here to take. One could be Nigeria. We have to decide. If we don't want any revolution like Nzogu anymore, we have to decide to give leadership. We have to shift the leadership to the southeast. Leadership must be shifted to the southeast because the injustice is too glaring for everyone to see. Before we went to the war, we were having 3 regions. Igbo people were one of the largest regions, ethnic race in Nigeria, Yoruba and Hausa. But look at the leadership role. The North have taken their fair share. Enough. The West have taken their fair share. Why? Why? Can Nigeria believe in Igbo leadership? And I'm saying it here. I want you to record it. Because maybe probably I will not be alive tomorrow because of my age. I'm saying here now that if Nigeria continue to deny leadership to Igbo people, then this country will not move forward. Will not move forward at all. Because we are having a race, an Igbo race, that are so intelligent, so industrious, so powerful. We saw them on the war front. We know what Igbo is. They are capable of developing the economy of this country. They are the only people that can develop the economy of this country. They have tested Yoruba, we tested the North. Let us test Igbo people. People say that the fear of Igbo domination. What are they going to dominate? What are they going to dominate? What about the small-scale businesses throughout the whole country? Igbo control it, the economy, and it will be functioning very well. But if you are giving them a larger economy, they will develop it for the interest of this country. That is my belief. And I sincerely believe that if the mantle of leadership, political mantle of leadership is shifted to Igbo, within 4 years, the economy of this country will develop. Like Singapore, like Brazil, like India. That is my belief. That's my earnest opinion.
This is your faith in the Igbo nation?
Yes. I'm not an Igbo man. I'm not from the southeast. I'm not from the southwest. I'm from the north.
But Igbo politicians are part of the mess in Nigeria.
No, they are not. You have not given them the leadership.
But they are leading their states. Are they not?
At the state level? No. We are talking about the development, the country development at the time.
But they say charity begins from home.
I don't know how to answer that. But what we are talking about the leadership of this country. And the leadership should be shifted to the Igbo people. So why the injustice? Why the injustice?
Peter Obi contested in the last election.
I don't know what was wrong with him. I don't know whether it was
democracy.
I don't know whether he was rejected by the electorate. You know what our electoral system is in this country. I don't know.
Let's go back to the war. You fought with the 3rd Marine Commando.
Exactly.
Led by Colonel Benjamin Adekunle, the Black Scorpion.
Yes.
Why was he called the Black Scorpion?
Well, it was called, to me, from my own perspective, he was so ruthless. He was a ruthless GOC. And secondly, he was a fearless GOC that we ever had in that division. You see, Adekunle, one thing about Adekunle was that he was frequently seen on the battlefront in our trenches. He always demonstrated that skill on the battlefield. He was a fearless officer. See, most of the GOC that we had were not like him. He was so fearless indeed. But one thing with him was that he put fears into his own soldiers. He came to a point where Adekunle was killing his own troops.
Let me read from your book.
Yes.
Chapter 5 of your book, The Bloody Nigeria Biafra War.
Yes.
You said Colonel Benjamin Adekunle was the first GOC of the 3rd Marine Commando Division at the beginning of the war.
Exactly.
He was a pragmatic and fearless officer. He earned the nickname of a Black Scorpion to show how dreadful he was to his officers and men. As a matter of fact, among the GOCs during the war, he was the most dreadful commander and courageous on the battlefield. He was frequently seen on the front line trenches.
Yes.
The colonel was believed to be a supernatural being, as bullets and bombs could not harm him. Supernatural. What do you mean by that?
We believe that Adekunle was supernatural being. Because, in fact, we lay more ambushes to kill him, and he escaped.
Did you say that?
Yes. We laid it. Even at Bonny.
You wanted to kill
I was among those people who lay ambush for him.
You wanted to kill your commander?
Yes, because he was so reckless indeed.
And some of you wanted him out?
Yes, even at Aba.
Tell me more. You planned to take Benjamin Adekunle out of the war?
Yes. Because of his recklessness. You see, what happened was that Adekunle killed his own soldier whimsically, without justification.
What would make him take out his own soldier?
We don't know. He was so dreadful indeed, and he became very reckless, ruthless. In fact, he was so ruthless Soldiers were not happy about him, although he was courageous. He was courageous. But the way he was killing people in the frontline places was alarming.
You said his instruction was a decree in itself.
Yes.
Where nobody dared to disobey.
Yes.
As doing so would send the person to his round grave unprepared.
Yes.
The colonel had the reputation of killing his own troops whimsically and without justification. He was considered a supernatural being, indeed a god, in the eyes of the officers and men in the division.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, the colonel was an iron knot nobody could untie.
Yeah, nobody. Because the army headquarters in Lagos, and go on, the head of state, could not tame him. They became helpless. They could not tame him. He became power drunk.
You called him a dictator.
A dictator. Nobody could tame. Nobody. Army headquarters could not tame him. Gowon could not tame him. He was misbehaving like that.
Was he paying you your full salary?
No, he didn't. That was a painful aspect of that war. It was Obasanjo who came to help us. Adekule was paying us £5 out of our £19. Because a private soldier was paid £19 by then. For over 1.5 years, we were in the trench. He didn't pay us our full salary.
Did you request for your full salary?
We wrote petition to go on, complain to go on, without no avail. It was Obasanjo who came to help us and started to pay us our full salary. And that ginger, the soldiers, whose morale went down to the lowest ebb.
But this was Adekunle that captured Port Harcourt. Secured the river areas.
We know. In fact, Adekunle, I don't know.
It was a top military strategist.
Look at what happened. I believe, I don't know. He pushed us to cross to Afikpo. I think I mentioned there.
Yeah.
We embarked on a very dangerous, amphibious operation. 1 mile away of water. With Kanu, this local boat, we crossed in the dead midnight, 1 a.m. The whole battalion, 2-3 battalion, crossed. And that line was not the responsibility of the 3rd Marine Commando to capture. It was the responsibility of the 1st Division, who were advancing from Okigwe side and Unewi side, to capture Afikpo. But they shifted the responsibility to us. He forced us to cross. And what happened? We lost so many of our soldiers at the Afikpo waterside. Before we were withdrawn from that operation. You see?
Can you remember what happened between him and Shaibu Ibuna?
Shaibu Ibuna was our hero. He was our hero. Without him, the 3rd Marine Commando Division could have been a toothless bulldog.
Without him?
Without Shaibu. Most of the operation was done by Shaibu. They were pushing us all over the place. He was the leading battalion. He was the commander of the leading battalion.
So why did Benjamin Adekunle try to kill him?
Yes, I could remember in 1969, early 1969, when we withdrew from St. Michael College along my 9, along that Ikotekwene road, because of the Biafran bombardment. You see, they gained upper hand on us, and we have to withdraw because we don't have enough ammunition to fight. So Shaibu ordered us to withdraw, and we crossed to Aba And then on the third day, the brigade commander, Major Liu, the 12th Brigade Commander, Major Liu, was standing at the upstairs. And Shaibu was guarded by the military police. So he quickly seized their gun to shoot Lieutenant Colonel Aliu, Major Aliu. Then the military police guiding him were so smart, they removed the magazine before he cocked it. His intention was to kill him.
Why?
We don't know.
So they were infighting
among the officers. So the third day, Major Aliu took him to Adekule court-martial. It's a one-man court-martial. Adekule court-martial. Because if you have been taken to Adekule court-martial, I don't think you return alive. Most of 90-something% who have gone to Adekule court-martial, they were killed. They were executed. So this man was there, and on the day they wanted to execute him, he was brought among the officers. There were majors, and Biafran officers too, who were to be executed too, with our own soldiers or officers. Then when he came to Shaibu, he was taunting him, yelling at him. He told him that you led those soldiers who ambushed him at Bonny, and you wanted to kill him.
And it's true.
And it's true, because I was part of it. I was part of the ambush. So he said you were going to die today.
How did he know that? He has
an intelligent something. He has intelligence. He has intelligence. His intelligence is all over the place. You see? So he said nothing would save Shaibu that day. He spoke Igala language fluently.
Shaibu was an Igala man.
Shaibu was an Igala man.
Like you.
Like me. And Adekule spoke Igala fluently because he's school in Igala land. Then Shaibu told him that his armament, all the weapon, let him go and mobilize all the weapon. That he has no power to kill him. So Adekule was so furious, he was so angry indeed, and then he seized a pistol and came very close to Shaibu and pointed the pistol muzzle at his own head and then shot Shaibu.
He pressed the trigger?
Yes, he wanted to kill him immediately because, he was shocked for an officer to talk to him like that. He was shocked. He was totally shocked. This is his subordinate of the highest order, a lieutenant, to talk to a colonel in that order. He was shocked.
During wartime?
During wartime. So he wanted to finish Shaibu. And what happened was miraculous. You see, I was a living witness. When he shot that rifle, that pistol, the canister of the bullet fell down lazily on the ground without hitting Shaibu. Then he was annoyed again, tried the second time, the same thing happened. Then he threw the pistol away and started to slap Shaibu because Shaibu his hand was tied behind his back with a wire. So he fell down, kick him for several minutes. And then he asked him to be untied. Then when he untied, he shook Shaibu. He said, "This man is an officer. He's a courageous officer. He's a good officer. You are promoted to captain." That was how Shaibu was promoted to captain, and he was posted to 17th Battalion, operating from Ahoda Agis. That ended the war.
So why did the bullet not kill him?
We don't know because, woman diabolical something. I don't know.
So some of you during the wartime had diabolical means.
Yeah, diabolical means. Diabolical means. Because if there was no diabolical, I don't know how Shaibu could survive that attack. I don't know.
He also survived the Bunigwe attack.
It's in my book there.
Yes.
You see, that was the second time He survived. You know, when we were withdrawn from Afikpo after the failed attempt at Afikpo, where our soldiers were massively killed, they withdrew us to Port Harcourt sector of the war at Bori. And that Bori Agis was another tough Agis that Biafran were fighting our soldiers severely. So they drafted Shaibu there, and we were advancing from Umagbai, a village called Umagbai, in our attempt to recapture Powerhouse. Then suddenly, on the main road, there was a bomb blast. Shaibu had already stepped on the bomb. Then the bomb blew up.
I don't like war.
With heavy smoke, covered the whole place. Then we lost hope of his survival. Someone lost hope of his survival. Because no human being could survive that bomb blast.
His 2IC was with him?
His 2IC was with him. So when the dust of the smoke of the bomb blast settled down, then we started to see somebody like Shaibu in a deep hole where this bomb struck. Then Shaibu was standing, and he ordered us not to stop firing. Then we stopped firing. We say, was it a ghost? Surprisingly, we saw Shaibu standing in the hole, survive with my naked eyes. I've never seen that type of miracle.
What happened to his 2IC?
The 2IC, Second Lieutenant Okpere, they call him from the Midwest. Okpere was his second command. That bomb blast shattered him into pieces.
And they were together?
Yeah, they were together, very close together. Mashed him to pieces. We could not see any of his flesh to be buried. It was mangled, all his body was mangled into flesh. See?
War is bad.
Had a war, but I started to wonder how a bomb could destroy a human being so badly as that man was. We couldn't see any part of his body that we can bury, but Shaibu survived that Holocaust. He survived it.
So there must have been something extraordinary
I don't know. Maybe it could be by God's grace. I don't know, or any other means.
In your book, you said Benjamin Adekule was instructed to ensure firm control on the continental shelf of Nigeria.
Yes.
In order to effect firm seaward economic blockade.
Yes.
On the Biafran enclave. You said here that the general outline of the military plan was to disembark on Bonny Beach to the north of the town and to quickly block the northern flag towards the coastal areas in order to prevent any reinforcement from the Biafran forces.
Yes.
And that division won the war.
Yes. It was that strategy that brought Biafran to their knees. In fact, it was if Biafran knew that strategy to block them and put a fierce fight, but the war could have been fiercer than this. Because he made us to advance from Calabar after we disembarked from the sea, from the ship. We started to operate very closely, capture the airport, capture whole world border, the cement industry in Calabar, to Anegije, to Oban, rubber estate. We were pursuing them, put them on the run, until we reached Cameroon border. Then we even advanced up to 12 miles away, driving them. Some of them melted into the forest. And then we blocked that road. The naval ship blocked the other side at Oron. So there was no way the Biafran could get their supply. And we blocked them. That contributed to their surrender.
You remember Alabi Sama?
Yeah, yes, I know him.
He was very close to Benjamin Adekule.
Yes, they are of the same feather.
Of the same feather? How do you mean?
Well, so I read his book. He was challenging Olusegun Obasanjo.
This book, right?
Yes, I read it. He was challenging Obasanjo so much that Obasanjo did not contribute to the downfall of Biafra, that it was he and Adekule who plotted the strategy. But did they end the war? Did they end the war? When I read this book, I was asking myself, did they end he and Adekule? Did they end the war?
But they plotted the strategy.
They plotted the strategy. Yes, I agree with them. That did not end the war. Because Adekule and Alabi Sama believe in the equipment, not the human resources. They did not take us as human beings.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, because there was no welfare of the soldiers in the trench. No welfare of the soldiers. They did not pay attention to the welfare of the soldiers in the trench. They thought that military equipment, gun and everything could win the war easily. And they did not regard the soldiers in the trench.
Are you saying Isama?
Yes, yes. He was there with Adekule.
It was Adekule's man.
Yes, it was Adekule's man. Right hand man. I think he was the staff officer in the Adekule brigade, in the division there at the headquarters.
You see, this big book that he wrote, some have described it as one of the most authoritative work on the Nigerian Biafran war. All the strategies were here, the pictures.
Which strategy? Your strategy can be peaceful. What about those who are implementing the strategy?
So
he forgot about the ordinary soldiers in the trench.
You seem to have some grounds to settle with Isama.
I'm not criticizing him anyway. But he was talking about plotting strategy, beautiful strategy. When I read his book, you plotted a strategy without the implementation of that strategy. And who are to implement it? The ordinary soldiers in the trench. And you don't care about their welfare. That was why the war was prolonged. It came to a level, I told you before, from our first discussion, I said the war was prolonged because Adekule did not pay attention to the welfare of the soldiers.
I got at some point, the soldiers protested.
They protested that they were not going to fight. In September, around early 1969. And when we refused to move, what happened? Most of the soldiers, especially my own soldiers, they were inflicting themselves self-injury. So because they taken to the rear, the morale of the soldiers fell down to the lowest ebb. But when Obasanjo came, he changed that status.
We'll talk about Obasanjo. Now, we are also recommending this book to you. By Alabi Sama, The Tragedy of Victory. Alabi Sama's story of the war. The tragedy of victory. On the spot account of the Nigeria-Biafra war in the Atlantic Theater. It's one of the biggest books on the war. It contains a lot of pictures, diagrams of the military strategies, letters, different publications. It is quite detailed. You'll get the book on udarabooks.com. udarabooks.com. you get a book on udarabooks.com. Or you can order through our WhatsApp numbers. So it's one of the books on the Biafran War. Another book on the Biafran War is this one, entitled Biafran News, Biafra in the News, the Nigerian Civil War Scene from a London news desk. Biafra in the News, the Nigerian Civil War Scene from a London news desk. A book written by Jonathan Derrick. Jonathan Derrick is the author of this book. It is revealing. You get this book on udarabooks.com. udarabooks.com. We are talking about the military. Look at this archival book. I always call it archival because you can't find a new print anymore. Military Leadership in Nigeria, 1966 to 1979. It's a book written by Major General James Olule. Military Leadership in Nigeria, 1966 to 1979. Classic. When you say classic, it is classic. You can get this on udarabooks.com. I have recommended my command to you by Olusegun Obasanjo, my command. Obasanjo came and ended the war.
Yes.
Obasanjo breathed.
Product while landing.
Brought fresh air to the
fresh
war
air.
front.
Yes, exactly.
It was a relief.
Yes, with new tactics.
Adekunle was removed.
Yes.
Why was he removed?
I know. It was between him, the conflict between him and the head of state. I don't know. I don't know why he was removed.
And when he was removed, the soldiers were happy?
Yes. We're jubilating. We're jubilating in the trench.
You were jubilating?
Jubilating all over the place. We're jubilating. Because somebody who refused to pay us our salary for 1.5 years, they were giving us £5 out of 19 pounds. Up till now, some of us who survived that war narrowly have not seen anything.
Was he saving the money?
He said they were saving the money.
So after the war,
we did not get anything. We did not get anything. We did not get anything. Buhari, who was the head of state, and other people who came to be head of the military government, did not pay attention to us. We lost that money. That contributed to the slowdown of our movement in 1969. Maybe that was what the news that got, the intelligence knew that information that got to go on before it was changed. Well, I don't know.
So what does Obasanjo bring to the war front?
Obasanjo brought so many things. He brought so many things. Immediately he came, he created a recreational place at Bori Camp near Port Harcourt for soldiers to be taken from the trench and rest for about 10 days. As an author of this book, I was one of them who enjoyed that facility.
And you needed that rest?
Yes. Adekunle did not give us any rest until you see that the soldier perished in the trench. But Obasanjo was magnanimous indeed, that you cannot fight the war with equipment alone. The welfare of the soldiers must be taken care of. So he took us there to rest 10 days, and then immediately he started to pay us our full salary. Immediately he assumed office, he started to pay us our full salary. And then there were changes in the front lines.
You said Colonel Olusegun Obasanjo was posted
Yes.
to the 3rd Marine Commando Division of the Nigerian Army as the new GOC.
Yes.
In the middle of June 1969.
Yeah.
He was a master strategist in terms of military operations.
I call him that.
Colonel Obasanjo was also a humane commander.
Very, very.
Who commanded his troop with human face and not a military dictator. Like
yes, yes.
It will be recalled that before Colonel Obasanjo was posted to this division, the morale of the fighting troops fell to the lowest ebb.
Yes.
The fighting troops were not willing to fight the war any longer, as a great number of them were inflicting themselves with injuries to avoid the war front.
Yes.
This was why soldiers in the frontline trenches staged several protests with the slogan, "No pay, no fight.
No fight.
No pay,
no fight."
And you got your pay.
And then we got our pay.
And you continued the fight.
Oh, yes.
And you won the war.
Well, we won the war. We won the war. But one incident occurred that I will not forget. You see, when Adegule was posted to us, and he was touring the frontline trenches.
Or when Obasanjo was posted.
When Obasanjo was posted to us, and he was touring the trenches of the 12th Brigade at Aba, Pabwa Hill. He came to the trench where we were. And we quickly planned to take him out.
To take him out?
Yes. We wanted to ambush him. We said maybe he will take the direction of Adekule, not knowing that he was the person who was coming to help the soldiers to achieve so many things. You see, at that point, that ambush, we were ready with rocket launcher. I think I was supervising it closely because the disciple gave me that instruction. But he was with us there. So I was with soldiers.
Shaibu was a rebel in that camp.
Yes. We removed the muzzle of our gun, the AK-47, to shoot. And when you remove that AK-47 muzzle, it will sound like Biafran guns, rifle.
I see.
The sound. So we stage managed that. Then we were hoping that the Biafra were attacking. Then the colonel, I think the colonel was running up and down there. And then Shaibu made another to and asked us to dismantle the ambush. And that we should try him first. So we left him. That was how he was saved. You know, he could have been eliminated there.
So
but this is the man who came to help us. He was a humane soldier and officer who helped us and facilitated the collapse of Biafra. And we rested. Within 6 months, the war was over.
So Obasanjo deserved his medal.
Well, no. He was a man. He was my man. He was my man.
Is he still your man?
We were trying to take a round decision against him. We thought he was like a Dekule. You see, not knowing that he was an astute soldier.
You know, some have said that soldiers from the Middle Belt really fought that war.
Yes, we fought. Middle Belt, Jukun, Godo in the south, in the northeast, where we taught.
So you were more in number.
Yeah, we were more in number
than Fulani and Hausa soldiers.
Fulani and Hausa were not.
So the Middle Belt really fought that war.
We fought that
against
war.
Biafra.
We fought that war. We fought that war. We fought that war. We fought that war.
Not really the Fulani.
No. We fought that war.
Do you regret fighting against the Igbos?
Well, it's to keep the country united.
This is the country that is united.
That is the country,
and you are not happy with
the country that is united. Look at what is happening today.
So did you regret fighting?
Yes. Seeing all these things, I'm regretting. I'm regretting a lot. These are the whole things and the mess that Nyogu destroyed in the First Republic. Look at how all these things were rearing its ugly hair in our politics, our body politics today. Look at it. Look at the mess. Look at the homogous corruptions that is taking place all over the place. Governor who could Emperor governor, they call them Emperor governor now, who could embezzle public fund up to 3, 4, 5, 20, 40 billion of naira. And after his tenure, we see them walking freely on the street. Is that the democracy that we need now? A democracy that vote doesn't count? It doesn't count. We're not looking for that. But my warning to these civilians, they should be careful, because not civilian alone. The civilian, the politician in Agbada, and then the politician in army uniform. I'm referring to the senior army general, all the generals who are retired and they will retire to join their counterpart in politics. But they have to be careful. They have to be careful. The way they are dragging this country to the mud, I think it will come to a level, but you have been warning them. Did they take heed to his advice? This is the man who fought that war and ended the war.
You left the army in 1978.
Yes, 1978. I retired voluntarily.
Voluntarily?
Yes.
Why did you decide to go?
Well, I think I was okay with the army. I saw my patriotism in the war, and then I wanted to get my freedom. My freedom.
And you left the army, you decided to educate yourself.
Yes. In fact, most of these people did not know that I could educate myself to that level. Before the war, before I joined the army in 1967, I was primary 6. I was having primary 6 certificate. Not secondary school. I did not go to secondary school. Then, during the war, something prompted me. I was recording all the events that took place in the war. When we capture, I record these casualties. And I gave it to my dad in the village to keep it. And he kept the whole record. Then when I saw this record, I said, I could write a book. And how could I write a book on this war? And I said, okay, let me go to school. I registered with the Exam Success College. It's an external course in the Yaba, Lagos. They were sending me lessons. I was in the barracks reading for my GOC, for my GCO level. In 1975, I passed all the subjects. And then 1978, when I retired, I got all my A level. Then I decided, some people say I should go to ND. I said, no. I finished with the war, with the army. So I retired voluntarily, went to university, to BUK, Biafra University, Kanu, and studied political science. That was how I left the army. It was a big surprise to many people how my quest for further education landed me into university level without going to the 4 walls of secondary school and higher institution of learning.
And you later found yourself in the civil service?
In the civil service.
Where you served meritoriously?
Yes, as assistant director. And then, after that, I decided to test politics.
And you joined the PDP?
Yes, I resigned my appointment and went to contest for the councillorship in Fair constituency in Ampa local government.
In Kogi State?
In Kogi State. And I won on non-party basis. Was it during Abaza or during Babangida? I won it. That was how I started my political career until I retired from politics. Was it last year or 2 years ago? I have retired from politics. Now at the age of 77, no strength again.
But you keep writing.
Yeah, I keep writing. I think I finished my this book, The Holocaust of the Biafra War. That is my circular book. The last book now that I'm on is the Bible commentary. The Bible commentary is spiritual now. The Bible commentary. I'm writing in Igala language. So that those people who are reading the Igala Bible to understand the Bible very well.
Is it that when people grow older, they become more spiritual?
Yes, maybe, I don't know. But it's the grace of God.
Why?
It's the grace of God.
You know, I noticed that when they are growing older, they some draw closer to God.
There are still some old people who are misbehaving, but it's the grace of God. It's the grace of God. If God wants to change you, He will change your entire life. Then He will use you for His purpose. He will use you for His purpose.
Wow.
For His purpose.
This is the story of the war.
The story of the war.
This is the story of Peter Salifu, his side of the war. You know, some would say, how do we get his book? Don't worry. We'll tell you soon on how to get his books. One aspect of the war that I don't want to leave out is the amphibious operation to cross the river Niger. You were not part of that.
I was not part of it.
But you knew about it.
I knew about it.
And it was a disastrous crossing.
Very disastrous.
Murtala Muhammad was in charge.
Yes.
The reason I'm bringing him back,
yes,
to you, he led the counter coup.
Yes, yes.
And this was his division.
Division.
And that amphibious crossing was disastrous.
Disastrous.
How would you assess him?
In fact, I don't know how he planned his strategy to cross. Although I commented in my book there. You see, when they cross the water, the frontline soldiers advanced to the market, Onitsha market, and according to some stories, they were looting in the market. And what happened was that the Biafrans, the 2 battalion or 2 something, were led by one major then, went to their rear at the water side. I blocked them there. See, that was a mistake. They did not put enough sentry at the water side there. So when Biafra came there, destroy all their canoe they used for the crossing, destroy it, and they started to inflict heavy casualties on them right from the Onitsha market. They were killing our soldiers. A lot of them, when they pushed them to the water side, there was no way to escape. A lot of them made their Waterloo in the water there. It was a heavy disaster. The casualty was so high indeed, very, very high. They tried another time to no avail. Maybe before they crossed to Ida, before they were successful.
So he eventually captured Onitsha.
He captured Onitsha.
Before he was replaced by Colonel Jallo.
Yes.
And he later became the head of state.
Later became the head of state.
You were in the army when he became the head of state?
I was there now. Well, after the war. After the war.
Some of those that planned the counter coup with him also murdered him.
Yes.
Bukasuka Dinka.
Dinka
was part of the counter coup.
Yeah, counter coup. Yes.
And he was the one that killed Murtala Muhammad.
Yes.
Power struggle in the military.
Power struggle. And one of unfortunate thing that we look for this military intervention coups in Nigeria, a lot except that one of Njogu, the revolution of Njogu. Apart from Njogu, all the military coups that we witness in this country are bourgeois coup, capitalist coup. You see, they came into power to protect their own class interests. Their class interests. They do not have any ideology, no focus, no direction.
And no Nigeria is still struggling.
It's still struggling. Still struggling. You see? No focus, no direction, no ideology. No ideology.
So the last two books we are recommending for this class is this one. The Untold Story of the Nigeria-Biafra War. A chronological reconstruction of the events and circumstances of the Nigerian Civil War. It's a book written by Dr. Luke Nnaemeka Aneke. I love this book. You know, from the title, chronological reconstruction, you know, date by date, telling you events as they happened, newspaper reports, who did what at what time. It's like the diary of the war. It's like the diary of the war. You should have this book in your house. It's like a diary of the war. July 28, 1967. Biafra holding firm at most fronts. The author compiles reports of what happens that day, newspaper report, radio report from the BBC, press statement from Biafra and the Nigerian side. Monday, July 31st, 1967, Biafra seizes Shell BP assets. You know, this was at the early stage of the war. You go, August 14, 1968, delegates in Addis Ababa failed to agree on relief operations. You should have this book in your study, for your children, for your friends. 771 pages. Understand the war, understand the future. This was the first book I read on the Civil War that I sat down to read. Because fortunately, my father had a copy. So as a young boy, I picked it up. I still have the book in my study. It's one of the oldest books in that study today. This is a new cover page. The Nigerian Revolution and the Biafran War, the Aftermath. Written by General Alexander Madiwo. You know, some said he was the army chief of the Biafran side, but Ojukwu was the commander-in-chief. The Nigerian Revolution,
through my research, his own joke. They describe him from many aspects of his life. He was a socialist to the core, a revolutionary, a patriotic person, nationalist. Obasanjo just is a Pan-African hero. And one captain in 1966 from the north, his identity was not provided. Through my research, his own job was loved by the military officers, his own contemporary officers in Kaduna and other ranks. They love him. They loved him. So Ujogu was not an ethnic bigot, as people erroneously believe. He's a patriotic person and a nationalist to the core.
He executed his own part of the coup.
Yes, he executed.
But some others did not execute their part.
That is the aftermath of any revolution.
Did you regret that coup failed?
Well, it could have succeeded. By now, Nigeria could have developed.
How are you sure?
I know they developed.
There were military coups in other West African states.
Yes.
There was military coup in Ghana.
I know.
In Burkina Faso.
I know.
In Egypt.
Do they have any ideology? This coup that we are talking about. They don't have any ideology.
The Sankara coup had ideology in Burkina Faso.
Like they have ideology like Njogu.
The Sankara coup was ideological.
Unjogu coup had an ideology and focus.
Sankara was focused. Unfortunately, he was murdered.
Maybe, but I know of Unjogu. Out of the whole military coup in this country, Unjogu coup was the only coup that had an ideology and focus.
As we go, they've said that the worst democracy is better than the best military government. You agree?
Well, yes. Yes. Yeah, but in a situation where vote doesn't count in a democracy, how do we call that democracy? How do we call that type of democracy? I mean, I don't know. I have to go back to what I've discussed. I have to make my call. I have to call on Nigerians. I'll call on Nigerians not to allow Igbo to go away. And I seriously mean it. If Nigeria wants to develop, we need Igbo, not Igbo. Igbo don't need us. They don't need us. We need them seriously to develop this country.
Do you think they will go away?
Yes. No, because when you start pushing people, then there will be a time they will strike.
Do you think they will strike?
But I don't want any civil war again. God, no country can survive 2 civil wars. And my prayer is that one day an Igbo man will take the leadership, the mantle of leadership of the country. An Igbo man who has character, as Obasanjo always said, like Unogu, will emerge.
Do you think?
And if we don't make any conscious effort to recruit leadership into our democratic process, then a military can come up, but we don't need a military. We don't need military, except any military took over that will look like Nzogu revolution.
Should Chinedu release Nnamdi Kanu?
Then why are you holding Nnamdi Kanu? For God's sake. I don't know why the subsequent Buhari held him. Why? Because he propagated the ideology of Biafra. What about Sunday Igboho? Igboho, how they call him? From the west, from southwest.
Buhari checked him too.
They brought him from outside, captured him from Benin, brought him to this country. Where is he today? He's a free man walking on the street. He's not offensive more than Nnamdi Kanu. Why should you hold Nnamdi Kanu? If we need peace in this country, release Nnamdi Kanu. He's not supposed to be detained. When the court adjure him to be innocent, and he still hold him in captivity, and that is the democracy we are talking about. That is the democracy we are talking about, where the rule of law is not obeyed, where Nigerians, the leaders, are selecting the rule of law to obey, and not the one they detested. No, I don't believe it. Let the government release Nnamdi Kanu as a way of reconciliation. Because we need Igbo people to develop this country. And I continue to say it. That's my belief. I fought that war. And I stayed in the train for 20 good months, fighting day and night. I know who are Igbo. I know them. I'm not from the southeast. I'm not from the southwest. And I'm not from the south. I'm from the north. But let Nigeria give the leadership to Igbo people. That's my concern.
Peter Faruna Salisu, thank you for featuring on State Affairs.
Thank you so much.
I've been discussing with the author of the book, The Bloody Nigeria Biafran War, an eyewitness account of the war 1967 to 1970, from the frontline trenches. He just completed his second book, and
those blow your cheeks out moments, because lots of people, when they heard it, they Welcome back. Yes, we'll be talking about what you just just saw now, the security breach in and answers at the moment. But what's your impression of this, for instance? Thank you very much. My impression, I think, is just the impression of every Nigerian at this point. This is an aberration. I mean, you don't attack a Nigerian Defense Academy and kill officers and get away with it. Yeah. The last time I was in NDA was in 2017. I went to carry out an investigation by the Minister of Defense. I wanted me to check what is going on with the training and the security environment there. I remember I spent about a week at NDA with the commandant and with the staff, you know. But something struck me, and that was every Friday, the gate of NDA is thrown open, and everybody have access to come and pray in the mosques. And I want to actually enjoin journalists to go to all military formations across the country on Friday by 1 o'clock. You are going to see the same thing happening across all military formations, including Naval Training Command at Papa, including the division in Ibadan, including NDA, including Jaji. I was in Jaji in 1994 for my junior division. And every Friday, our gate is thrown open. And everybody comes in to pray in our mosques. Even though they have their mosque outside. If you go to defense headquarters, I serve at defense headquarters as the Deputy Director, Defense Administration between 2015 and 2017. Throughout my 2 years at defense headquarters, I received visitors only twice because of the strict security architectures at the defense headquarters. But every Friday, the gate of defense headquarters is thrown wide open for everybody to come in and do Jumat. That is the time the terrorists have the time to profile our security environment. Has that always been the case?
It has always been the case. I've served the military intelligence for the past 35 years. It has always been the case. Our problem is religion and social-cultural. I mean, people will expect me to come here and start talking about kinetics, about operation and so on. I've been an operational commander all my life. I've commanded warships, I've commanded troops, I've commanded men outside Nigeria and so on. But I'm not going to come to your station to discuss kinetics. The problem is not kinetics. In 2017, 2016, I'm always a member of the Security and Intelligence Brief at the Defense Headquarters. I told them, General Lawrence Shakin then, that the challenge we have in this country cannot be solved the same way we solved the problem of Niger Delta. The Niger Delta problem was solved during Yar'Adua time
basically by me. And I told them that we can't use that same template for Boko Haram. I told General Shakin to look at the center of gravity of the problem. And we all came together. I was made a member of the committee, including Atahiru that just died was a member of that committee in 2016, 2017. And we came to a conclusion after several arguments. The arguments were three. To identify the center of gravity of the problem, one group said it is the fighters, the Boko Haram fighters are the center of gravity, so we should go after them. Another group said the center of gravity of Boko Haram is Abubakar Shekau. So if you go after Abubakar Shekau, then the problem of Boko Haram will be solved. I took exception to the group. I said that is not the center of gravity of the problem of Boko Haram insurgency that we were having between that 2012 and 2017. And General Shakin asked me, allow me, why are you giving problem? What is the problem? Give us the answer. And I told General Shakin that if I tell you the answer, you're not going to be able to solve the problem. He said, what is the problem? I said, the center of gravity of Boko Haram and insurgency in Nigeria are the sponsors of that program. It was beyond us. Because the job we need to do is kinetics. Fight, destroy places, resolve issues. Yep. But we cannot resolve issue of sponsors of Boko Haram that were in Buhari's government, that we know them.
When you say we, who
I was in the military intelligence. Okay. And the defense headquarters staff that I work with, they know. And that was why we couldn't pursue that aspect that could have resolved that problem. Because you need to arrest people. And recently, 400 people were gathered as sponsors of Boko Haram. Why is it that Buhari government has refused to try them?
So the government knows sponsors of Boko Haram?
Of course, it's in the news. In April this year, the government said they have arrested 400 Bureau de Change related, people that were sponsoring Boko Haram. They told us. And Abu Dhabi but also helped us to arrest few Nigerians. Tried them. We know them. Why can't this government, if not that they are partisan and they are actually part of the charade that is going on, why can't they bring those people out for trial?
So the Bureau de Change operators on the one hand, but you particularly said people in government. Are those part of the Bureau de Change, or those people that you say are in government are still there, government is aware, and government is condoning them?
The people I mentioned that are in government are not these ones they just arrested. You remember this Boko Haram issue started since 2012. Yeah. And I was in the military intelligence that time. We arrested those people. It is my organization that actually conducts interrogation and interview. And they mention names. I mean, I can't come on the air and start mentioning names of people that are presently in government now that I know. Presently in government. That the boys that we arrested mentioned. Some of them are governors now. Some of them are in the Senate. Some of them are in Aso Rock. Why should a government try to cause this kind of embarrassment and insecurity to the sense of what happened yesterday? And the solution I gave them in 2017, because when I identified the center of gravity for General Shocking, and they couldn't pursue it, because some of them were ministers. And what I'm saying now, the Department of State Services are listening to me. They know them.
Yeah,
Commodore. So the solution I gave them was that if we can't pursue the policy strategic level, because the people that we need to talk to are also, going to be difficult to deal with. I said what they should do now is to conduct two things. We should buy blimps. The blimps are not UAVs. They are not drones. Blimps are equipment that can fly up to 10,000 feet, 30,000 feet, static if you want, mobile if you want, and they carry a lot of payload. We saw them in Afghanistan. We saw them in Kenya. This will be something that can give us real-time intelligence, and we can know where these bandits or terrorists, where they emanate from, when they finish operations that they've done, where they go back to.
Okay, well, let's
buy this equipment up to.
Okay, you said quite a number of things. Let's pick up on some of them and see if we could make some, if you could shed some further light on some of them. Since 2012, I mean, you've been in operation, as you said, ever since that time. You questioned several people. Some people were identified at that time. Did the government at that time try any of them? Or were any of them also in government at the time?
Government did not try any of them, and the defense headquarters where I worked then did not pursue that line of operation because it's beyond them. The defense headquarters, actually, when you look at the defense structure of Nigeria, they lie within the policy strategic level, but basically they are operational guys. So when you have policy problem, then they cannot go beyond their masters. They can write intelligence report and say, this is what is going on. And we've seen that the present government know what is going on.
I'm sorry, is this a policy problem? I mean, the laws are clear. If someone is said to be involved in something as devious as this, the laws are clear. This person is meant to be arrested, questioned. I mean, it's quite clear. So is it a policy problem? We have the laws. So what is stopping the security agencies from actually enforcing the law, since that's what they are?
I think what is stopping them is like when you are a member of a church and your pastor have decided to be at a certain level of spiritualism and you're a member of that church. You cannot be higher than your pastor spiritually. You can't, no matter what you do.
So this is the same religion you spoke about?
Yes. In real life, you see that the defense headquarters cannot conduct any operations that is not sanctioned by the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Yeah. They cannot.
No matter how small, little
they cannot. So, when the Yar'Adua government decided to put an end to Niger Delta militancy, that was in 2007. What he did was simple. He called all the security chiefs and all the intelligence chiefs and tasked them to come up with a solution. The Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Intelligence Agency, the Department of State Services were called with the Inspector General of Police and the Interpol to come up with the solution to the problem. Then the problem was Niger Delta. The president was Yar'Adua. He was dispassionate. He wanted to solve the problem. Within 6 months, we solved the problem. I remember I have to go to Angola to go and bring Herioka, and nobody in Nigeria knew what we did. All we know is that since 27, 28 that we conducted our operation under Yar'Adua, Niger Delta issue has remained manageable. This government does not want to resolve this problem. They are escalating it because of tribal and religious sentiments.
So when you say this government does not want to resolve it, don't forget the same government has purchased. In fact, they're going to induct the Kanu jet because of, the insecurity situation. They have the president has had to change guards, as it were, as a result of people's clamor. I imagine if that was not in the thinking, why would you go that length to make some of the, some of the pronouncements, the meetings that have happened, the purchase, the change of guard and the rest? Why would they do all that if they don't want to sort this?
Because that is not the solution. What you just mentioned is not the solution. When you have a problem at policy level, strategic level, operational level, when you have a problem, what you need to do is to identify the center of gravity of that problem and attack it. That's what you do. What they are doing is not attacking the center of gravity of the problem of Boko Haram and insurgency. So if the president is buying super to Kanu, is changing service chiefs, that is not the solution. We are looking at the wrong side. It's not kinetic. It's politics.
Are you ruling out kinetic altogether?
I can't rule out kinetic because
so
it's a spectrum. It's a spectrum, you know, so you can't rule out something. But the center of gravity is what they should look at. And what is it? I'm saying it on this channel. It is the sponsor of Boko Haram and bandits.
And speaking about the sponsors, you know, when you say the DSS, and yeah, they could be listening to you, but so they profile, part of their responsibility is to profile all of these persons before they either vie for elections or before, excuse me, they are nominated for any of these positions. Doesn't that happen? Don't they get intel and say, look, this and this is what we found, and then we don't think that this should proceed further? Doesn't that happen?
It does. You know, when I worked with the DSS in 2007, because when Yaradua approved the operational order that we did, we now have to work together as a team. He actually forced all of us to sit down together and work together. I was surprised at the tremendous amount of information had by DSS. I was shocked. We in DI, I was in Defense Intelligence Agency, and when they were forced to bring out the files, I was shocked. They have so much information at DSS presently as I'm talking about what I'm talking about. They have. But you see, if a fish is going to get spoiled, it's going to start getting spoiled from the head. The DSS will not do anything except the commander-in-chief's body language shows that this is the direction I want to go. That is where the problem is. The DSS has tremendous information. By the time 2023 is here and somebody take over and wants to undo some of this evil that I've seen in this country, you'll be surprised names that the DSS will bring out. They have the information. There's nothing I'm going to say here that they don't have. The defense headquarters have the solution for the kinetic aspect. They do. I'm not going to come here to advise them. I work with them and they're still there. The chief of naval staff was in the intelligence with me. We were together in Defense Intelligence Agency. That's Vice Admiral Gambo. I know these people are good. They know what to do. It's not that they have problems. It has to do with politics, the sponsors, people that feel that this country should be Islamized.
You know, assuming but not conceding that, I mean, that all of this is the case. So what is the end game? Because I imagine as a strategist, that's what you think about too. So these things are happening. What is the end game? So why will this be allowed to fester? For what purpose?
The end game for them, because we did, normally when you want to look at this type of challenges, what you do is that you go through what we call the intelligence circle. Okay? When you do the processing and you do the analysis before dissemination point, you discover that the end game for them is to just turn this country into like a Taliban type of country. And it's a mindset. And anything goes. In other words, 10% casualties, 20% casualties is allowed in trying to achieve the end game of Islamizing this country.
That's for the terrorists, the bandits.
It's not for the terrorists and the bandits, for the sponsors. Because I told you, and I will repeat on this channel, the sponsors of Boko Haram and the bandits are the problems. And defense headquarters, the army headquarters, the naval headquarters, the Air Force cannot do anything about that. Buhari has to do something about that. The Interpol has the list of those people that are sponsoring Boko Haram. I work with Interpol. They should ask, if they don't know, they should ask. The government of Dubai, they have the list of those people. During the trial of those people that were caught, names were mentioned. They have the list. The government also told us that they've arrested 400 sponsors of Boko Haram. Why should the government not try those people and bring peace and harmony and safety to this nation? Why won't a government do that? Those people that are going to harass cadets and officers in NDA, they live around the place. I know NDA very well. I was in Georgia, I was in NDA as young officers, and I know the area very well. They live around the place. So why can't you put up a blimp that can see what they are doing in real time and eliminate them? Why won't you do that?
In fact, there were more details saying that some persons slept up, but we'll come to that hopefully. Markwa has got some questions for you. Markwa, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chamberlain. Much as we're looking at it looks like we're looking at the remote causes. The immediate causes, I think, is what is worrying a lot of people in terms of the significance of the attack. For some people, they're wondering, what do you think were the bandits trying to pass home a message when they chose the National Defense Academy as the area of the attack? I mean, as the area they decided to attack? Because normally people know that military installations, for instance, if you were to, I mean, you've talked about how the military institutions are usually open to the public on Fridays. There'll be questions as to this attack did not happen on a Friday; it happened on a Tuesday. So the guards were supposed to have been up. So there'll be questions as to what happened, how was the perimeter breached, what about the guards are usually mounted on, watchtowers, what were they doing, were they asleep? There'll be areas where there are CCTV cameras. What happened in those areas as well? There are huge questions around around that. And then the significance. What gave these bandits the audacity, the temerity to be able to say, this is going to be the area we want to attack today? Do you have any questions roaming in your head in terms of, what were they trying to really achieve beyond? Because some people say this is not about ransom. Maybe they want to take a ransom, yes, maybe. But it looks like they were trying to send home a message.
Yeah, thank you, Makwe. You just got it right. They just want to send a message. And this is what terrorists do. And what the Buhari government should do is to tag these people as terrorists. What they want to do is to send a message to create fear and to show the military that we can come for you and there's nothing you can do. You may not know, I don't know whether it's out in the news, that the major has been killed. Belongs to some groups, and I know about 3 hours ago, his body was found. He has been killed. So it's not about ransom. I just want to confirm to Makwe that she is right. It's not about ransom. They just want to pass a message. We can come in. We can do what we need to do. And there are some hardliners in this government that are sponsoring this kind of narratives. They just want to show that they can Islamize this country. They think about Taliban. They think about the Mujahideens. And they want to replicate it in this country. And they don't care what happened. They simply don't care. As long as at the end of the day, there's Sharia and there is whatever thing they have in their head and they want to achieve. So these people that are sending messages are sponsored by Nigerians.
So if I could follow up on that quickly.
Please go ahead.
This part of what you just spoke about now, the security agencies gleaned this from those who they arrested over time, saying this is the intention.
Absolutely. The intention of it's on the internet. So it's not even about the people we interrogated. The intention is to Islamize Nigeria and practice Sharia. And it doesn't matter if some people die. It doesn't matter if you're embarrassed. It doesn't matter if our economy has degenerated. Look at the interest rate. Look at the inflation rate. Look at the debt profile of Nigeria. They don't care. As long as at the end, the Quran is at the sea. So some people in this country have this mindset. And we must tell the truth. If you tell the truth, you die. If you don't tell it, you die. Some people have this mindset to Islamize the nation. And they're in the government. And people know them. The DSS know them. The NIA know them. The DIA knows them because it is the DIA that conducted the operations that arrested these sponsors. So they know them. Why is the government, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces?
The general area of Afaka, where this where the NDA is cited, is no stranger to this sort of attacks. Before now, I mean, a few other institutions around the Defense Academy have also been attacked. Talking about the Institute of Agriculture and Forestry, Mechanized Division, something to that effect. I can't remember the exact name of the institution now, but we do know that they have been around this area. Now, I'm looking at the front page of Daily Trust newspapers, and they have this, why NDA security was compromised. And the first writer says, bandits leave peacefully. Peacefully is in parenthesis, near academy. There have been questions before now that sometimes, this happened in Jos, around Rukuba, that, there were attacks happening in the neighboring area and that the military institutions did nothing. The same thing happened when there were attacks on the airport, the airport's residential area in Kaduna. That was very close to the Defense Academy. They did nothing. They attacked the forestry school in Kaduna. They did nothing. Now they have finally come for them, but the talk is that these people have been there all along. They never went anywhere. The bandits who perpetrated this attack have been there all along. Does the military really need, if this is something that is of concern to the security agencies, because it was only a matter of time from what it would seem that we're reading that these attacks were going to happen, did they really need to wait this long before they took action against people they knew were a security threat to not just them, but also the people around their environment?
Yeah, Makwe, I may also shock you that some cadets have been abducted before now. And when they took these cadets away, and they demanded for ransom, as low as 400,000 naira at that time, the cadets were released after the ransom were paid. And the cadet told them that where they took them to, that they could hear the parade going on in NDA, that they were not taken far away from NDA, that every morning they hear the parade and the programs going on in NDA while they were in the camp of the terrorists. You are right. These people live around NDA. It's about social-cultural issue. As long as you're a Muslim and you speak Fufude or Hausa, you can do whatever you like and fraternize with the military and go in and out of the barracks. You are saying that the attack did not happen on Friday. Of course, it will not happen on Friday, but they have enough time to carry out surveillance. They have enough time to have insiders that will work with them. The problem is that journalists should go around our military institution this Friday and carry their cameras and see the decadence, the security breach that goes on every Friday in all military institutions across Nigeria, and tell the Minister of Defense to put a stop to that. The defense institutions, they are sacred. They are not where people can come on Friday, open the gate because they want to come and do Jumat. The truth is that on Sundays, we don't have such, invasion of our premises by Christians to come and pray or to come and do whatever on Sundays. But for the 35 years I spent in the military intelligence, if you go to Tego Barracks in Apapa, it's the same. The Tego Barracks is where I was trained as an intelligence officer. It's the same. On Friday, they will troop in. They throw it open. It's religion. And because we must think about solution, the Minister of Defense should stop this. They should make pronouncement and stop it. Every Friday, people should go to various mosques around them to pray and maintain the sanctity of our military institutions.
That's what
So
I would
I
say.
wanted to know if this has been an issue before now. I mean, has this been anything that, the people at the top in the military have found as a source of concern? Let me raise an instance. For instance, we know that at almost every security institution, even on the roads here in Abuja, before you can enter the same road that leads to any military institution is divided in two. There are huge barricades to prevent anybody from just entering, so to speak. This became a source of concern for the military in terms, especially after the attacks on the police headquarters. Has this been a source of concern for for the top brass of the military to say, hey, look, if we're taking these steps to put barricades, then this is also going to be a source of concern for us. What can we do about it? Have they elevated this discussion?
At defense headquarters, every Monday, even if you go this Monday coming, you will see they are always there to discuss intelligence and security brief. We discuss all topics there, including the issue of Muslims gathering every weekend. All those barriers you see at defense headquarters. And that's why I'm talking to the media. They should go there on Friday. The barrier is no longer there. It's open because it is Jumat. And this is when they come to carry out surveillance. If you look at what happened in Mogadishu Barrack, it was the same. There was a time they went there and blasted the place and killed a lot of people. It's these same people that are allowed to have access on Fridays and become members of the mess because they are, it's a social-cultural issue. So I think we should begin to look, the Minister of Defense should put an end to this because for 35 years of my stay in the military intelligence, it has been the case. Both naval institutions, Air Force institutions, Army institutions, even the Department of State Services. Once it's Friday, the gates are thrown open and people come from outside and there'll be no space. They'll be all over. If you go to Defense Headquarters on Friday, this Friday, you see them littered everywhere.
If I could just comment now. I mean, this conversation is usually quite tricky. I mean, people listening, some might take different perspectives to it, thinking, oh, is this a religious thing? Is this an ethnic thing? They ask, is it only Muslims you have in the military? Is it only people from this certain cultural, heritage that you have in the military? And I'd like us to tackle the issues. You have mentioned what you have called the core, as it were, of the problem. How do we tackle this without viewing it from a religious spectrum, an ethnic spectrum? Because well, Nigeria is quite, polarized across, these groups, ethnicity and religion. How do we tackle it without coming off as though you're inciting people, on those lines?
You see, one thing I discovered in this country is that when it comes to religion, everybody is very sensitive. But the fact I have laid bare is from the experience of 35 years of military intelligence. So I'm not coming to the air to whip up sentiments, no. I have been in the system. I work with Abacha government. I work with Babangida government. I work with Abdul Salam. I work with Yar'Adua Obasanjo. As a core insider of operations, I belong to a group of people that you are not supposed to see, people that you are not supposed to hear, because we have 3 classes of military officers. I belong to the worst group. I lost my family because my family does not have to know where I have been, where I have gone, and I cannot talk. I've seen Colonel Lu here, I've seen Stan Lambo. Some of us belong to that group that we are not supposed to be seen, and we are not supposed to be heard. The truth I'm telling you now is not about sentiment. Is that there are a group of people in this country that feels that this country should be Islamized. This is a fact. Except you want me to start mentioning names of people in this government that we have interrogated. I was a member of an interrogation team. And I've interrogated a very high-ranking member of this government in 2007, 2008 on the issue of Boko Haram. I interrogated him. He's in this government right now. And what was the issue? Boko Haram. And this senior officer was actually let go because he was found culpable. But right now he's in the government. You see, we must say the truth, because if you don't, this country is going down the precipice. We have been set back more than 60 years right now. We've gone back to the time before 1966 now. And whoever is coming back to repair this country has a lot of work to do. This country has never been polarized, so we cannot run away from it. We have never been this much polarized. I'm a federal person. My mind is federal. My brain is federal. My loyalty is federal. I do things for the federal government. So I cannot come here and try to be sentimental. No, I'm a federal person.
So will your life be at risk now that they're hearing you?
I don't care. I don't care. And my colleagues, they know me. Those people that are listening to me, they know me. I don't care. The issue is that this country is bigger than an individual. That is the issue. This country is bigger than individuals. Buhari will come and go. Eliminating me or killing me will not solve the problem. And will not add value. But he will come and go. And somebody must come and repair the damage to the psyche of this society. The damage to the polarization, to the nepotism that I've never seen in my life. I work with all these presidents. This is the worst situation I've found myself. And believe me, internet does not forget. I was part of the people that helped to bring Buhari to government because I believe in him.
Have you worked with the government after that?
After
you helped bring the government?
Oh, of course, I worked with him. We brought him in 2015, and I work as the Deputy Director of Defense Administration. And we have a lot of hope in him. And we actually are ready to do anything for him. What he has turned out over the years is shocking to us. I was in Harvard in 2014, in December, when the Department of State Services and CIA and others were contemplating about Buhari and other aspirants. I know what we did to convince the American government that the only person that can come and put this country right is Buhari. That was before the Lagos, APC, before they chose within.
Right.
And that was how Chinedu came in. We know what we did, but what he has done in the past 6 years is shocking. It's unprecedented. And it should not be allowed to be swept under the carpet because the damage to the cycle.
Each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform where it all started. This is our rallying point. This is where we had that lone voice in the wilderness and we got attracted to it. Therefore, I urge each and every one of you to draw nearer to your listening devices. We are on FM in many parts of Biafra land, in CHK 102.1 in parts of Biafra land on FM frequency modulation. Also, we are on satellite. We are on free-to-air satellite. We are on IPOB community radio. It is a very low data consuming application. Moreover, you can also download, after downloading IPOB community radio, you can also download Simple Radio. Simple Radio, through there you can scroll and go direct to Radio Biafra London. Moreover, we are streaming live on our website, our official website, www.ipob.org. There, once you enter there, you can see, click to live, and you'll be listening direct. Moreover, if you have something in order to donate to support ESN, IPOB ESN, you go to PayPal and you click and you go direct through the process and donate what you want to donate. Therefore, without taking any more time, all of us know that today is an emergency broadcast by our Grand Officer Commanding, our GOC, Mazi Chinasa Nwuru. Therefore, without taking any much time, I'll bring him into this hallowed platform. Mazi Chinasa Nwuru, please, the platform is yours. Continue and start by telling us what you want, what we should know. Mazi, please, over to you.
Mazi Chinedu, Ndewo Nwa Chineke, Biafrans and all the lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Chinasa Nwuru. Mazi Chinasa Nwuru comes from Obingwa. Obingwa is in Aba province. I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as a member of the Directorate of State. And this evening, I'm once again on Radio Biafra on an emergency broadcast because of the things that are happening in our land. And I want every Biafran, if you are listening alone, open this radio for your neighbors to hear. Ask people to tune into Radio Biafra because this evening is going to be a special broadcast. You have Nigerian military officers, the DSS, the police, Igbo politicians. Even if Ahmed Tinubu is around, ask him to tune into Radio Biafra, Wole Soyinka. All of them who claim one time or the other they do listen to Radio Biafra. This is the right time for them to tune into Radio Biafra because this evening they will be informed. Judges, traditional rulers, governors, and the Southeast politicians. There is a need. If you are not listening this evening, ask your PA, ask any one of your heads to dub this program so that at the end of this program, he or she will play it for you. It is very, very important that this evening that everybody must listen. Those who normally record on WhatsApp, after this program, make sure that this program is shared widely to Igbo forums, WhatsApp forums of communities, traditional rulers, those who may give one reason or the other why they could not tune into Radio Biafra on this live program. This evening, I call upon all Biafrans wherever you are. I thank every one of you. I was here on Radio Biafra a month plus today. I came on Radio Biafra on 1st of May to make a pronouncement when we started our month of anniversary for the 30th May 2024. As we all know, the complete month of May normally be our month of mourning. We celebrate about the things that happened during the Biafra War. We tell stories. We educate our people. And this year we found that many people participated. I saw many platforms that tried to grant interviews to people who witnessed the Biafran Civil War. It was very, very interesting, even though it was not shared so much. You know, Facebook normally, this period, they were suppressing most of our posts. But we don't worry so much because it does not really matter. I know, like, it is not today they started to make sure that everything IPOB is doing, it is not being widely seen. But there is what they call this vanity matrix. vanity metric. It looks like, appears that signify performance, but that people don't really understand what you are doing. They are not seeing what you are doing on social media, that your popularity or engagement on social media is not, that is what it's called. This is what Facebook is using on everything pertaining to IPOB. They call it vanity metrics. Do not be discouraged when you don't see some of your things going viral on social media or the Biafran celebrations. Most times you found out if you are checking them on social media, you won't see them where you're supposed to. But truly, many people, millions of people are having access to those things. And you will be surprised that if you made a post, there are people coming to your timeline while Facebook is restricting your Facebook so that people you won't have enough viewers. Sometimes they may show you 100 people viewed your program, but you don't know that millions of people, thousands of people have passed through. So they don't want you to feel like you are making any headway on social media. Notwithstanding, IPOB media and Biafrans around the world, all of you made IPOB proud. You made the leadership of IPOB proud. The Eastern Security Network made IPOB proud. The IPOB media warriors made IPOB proud. And all the principal officers in Biafra land, they did a marvelous job. And I wish many of you was able to follow the candle night. The candle nights, some people who attended some candle nights, for example, the Adia candle night, they said people were uncountable. Some of you can see it on social media. And some now came back to say, I thought they said IPOB have been destroyed. I thought they said they have dislodged IPOB. I came here. What I saw here is unimaginable. You can see you don't even have a place. The candle night was really, and it went all well. There was no problem, not like the one of 2021 or 2022. 2022, a lot of people attended the candle night, both from Cross River to Akwa Ibom, to Ebonyi, to Adia, to Edo. Our Biafrans, they really made us proud. And that once again have demonstrated that this restoration struggle, this restoration of Biafra, it is a grassroots movement. It is not in the hands of the political elites. That is why we found it difficult, even in the next 1,000 years, to destroy IPOB. IPOB, the Biafran struggle, is a grassroots movement. And the IPOB will continue to do everything they have to do. They make sure they carry the people along in whatever we are doing. And that is what we have demonstrated on 30th May. Coming to IPOB members in diaspora, there are countries that I won't thank enough. Those countries that the enemies thought when they held Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the enemies stepped into those countries to make sure that IPOB will never see the light of the day. They created all kinds of problems. But I'm very happy, I must say it, that on that day, I saw that those countries is where IPOB even have the highest turnout, both in our protests and in all the programs. I won't thank enough the IPOB UK. I was really impressed because this is a country that they tried. This is the center of where the British manipulate and do everything against this struggle. But IPOB UK, they really made us IPOB proud. They came out in a large number, like the few years back when IPOB UK used to come out, and they really demonstrated that in this last 30th May. Also, the IPOB Italy, IPOB Italy, they did a marvelous. People was asking, do we have this number of people in Italy? People were well organized. IPOB Austria, they did very excellently well. It doesn't mean that others didn't do well, but there were people. These are places that the enemies were trying to shake as if they have taken over IPOB with propaganda, with lies. People are backing down. People are coming on social media, making noise. They try to deceive you. They have open office here. They have open there. They have many people begin to feel like IPOB is no more. But I'm happy that yet may have proven IPOB Germany, with all the fights, where they have sworn that they will make sure that IPOB will, those who try to divide IPOB into their family business and those who try to maintain the struggle, believing the ideology that we all came here for a restoration of Biafra. My thanks also go down to the IPOB in South Korea. They did excellently well. I mean, their videos, how they marched in Seoul, I think it's all there. If you go to my timeline, you can see they really did their best. Also, my thanks also go to IPOB Israel, irrespective of what happened in Israel, irrespective of how they deported the coordinator, trying to disorganize IPOB in Israel, but they remaining. For since the coordinator was deported while he was in detention, it was difficult to bring IPOB Israel together. They tried to destroy IPOB. They set up their infiltrators. They tried to. But I'm happy that the 30th May in Israel was a new beginning. And Mazi Obiora, even though he was outside, he tried to encourage and make sure that IPOB stood on their ground and the family. There are other IPOB families, those who did their indoor, UAE did, the Kuwait did. There are many of them down to South Africa, many of them. But I'm talking about places where people really came out and they did what they have to do to prove to the world that IPOB remained intact. And all the rumors people were asking, all the rumors people were talking about IPOB, that all those things were lies. All the money, those who took money from Nigerian government, those in America that took money in UK, that they have put an end to IPOB. I am very sure on 30th May, they were all shamed. They were, even before 30th May, all of them were shamed when we gave the order. When we said that Biafra land will be locked down, they started to do a lot of things to distract the 30th May. The 30th May in Biafra land, once again, we have demonstrated to the world that the IPOB leadership is in charge of Biafra land. They can call us anything they want. This is complete a decade now, or more than a decade. We have been, the IPOB started this event. We have never skipped a year. Completely from 2016, 2017, IPOB, we does sit at home in Biafra land because the Nigerian military always find a way to attack IPOB. We do not want, when we are mourning our people, we don't want to see blood being shed in our land. It is something, it's something we have to do, and they cannot stop the celebration or the commemoration of our fallen heroes in Biafra land. The earlier they recognize that, the earlier they all come together and declare it, the Southeastern politicians, both in the assembly, that all these rules they are going to give Ruga settlement. That is what they talk about in the House of Assembly. The earlier they found it fit to come sit down on that House of Assembly and say every 30th May I thought by now some of them would have followed the steps, irrespective. We're not blessed, we're not praising anybody, but Obiano took a bold step, built a cenotaph in Oka, and I'm sure twice he came to celebrate the fallen heroes in Oka on that particular day. It is something many of them have to emulate. Even sometimes they want to feel, oh, it is IPOB that is telling us. But my particular, I want to clarify this evening is this. Have Nigerian government realized that IPOB, we are a state actor as long as Biafra land is concerned? How long again do they want to wait before they recognize the presence and the power IPOB has in Biafra land? If we can be able to lock down Biafra land, and if we decide that we will carry arms, so then what do they think will happen? A movement that controls everybody in the land. A movement that everybody listens to them whenever they make a comment. Forget about some people before that time, some fools will come out and challenge you. Of course, that is what they want to do. That is why the Nigerian government will sponsor people. And most of you knew those who came out and challenged that you can't do it. We don't do it. You understand me? You know. Where are they today? Do not worry when you make up a law. There is always those who will challenge the law. But what matters so much is that what happens after that. Example in Enugu. Enugu was 110 shut down. 110% shut down. Even the petrol station of Peter Mpa that he was also, all his workers, they didn't come to work. Even him, Peter Mpa, was sitting at home. But before those days, he was threatening IPOB what he will do. And I've had to work. You will fight the people who owns the land. Peter Mpa tried everything to scare people, threaten workers. If you don't come to work, you will get query. Why all those things? One thing I realize is that those advising Peter Mpa have never sat him down and tell him, if you want to leave Enugu as a governor without some permanent marks on your body, you must stay away from IPOB matters. Peter Mpa must stay away on IPOB matters. I got film, and he will see by himself. We have passed the stage. People will come and threaten IPOB. As some of you say, you can't threaten Nigeria. You can't threaten IPOB. You can't threaten indigenous people of Biafra. IPOB is an institution. IPOB is a state actor. As long as that region is concerned, the earlier you accept that, the better for you. With all due respect, we informed everybody we have to inform, so that people will not say you didn't. IPOB made sure we dish out a letter in respect. We gave to town unions, transport workers, traditional rulers, even the top politicians, even the government said respect is a reciprocal. Do not challenge IPOB. Sometimes, as an aging can even if they stop, at least they have respected us. But few people, and I want to make it very clear, I will come to his subject. It is because we refuse, IPOB refused to give Ohaneze such notice. And we did it because Ohaneze do not deserve the respect they're supposed to exhibit in Biafra land. That is the reason why IPOB refused to give them, because these are a group of men who have continued to betray that particular land. Especially somebody like Iweanyanwu. That is why he came on the newspaper and cried that he was not even, because he knew that people were giving notice. He knew that very, very well. He knew people were receiving that we are shutting Biafra land down. And because he didn't get a notice from IPOB, and I'm making it very clear so that he will know we have our intentions. We don't pamper any nonsense. That's why you saw him come out on radio, on the platform, the newspaper, shouting that he was not. Are we the one to remind you about 30th May? Are we the one to remind Ohanese people for the 30th May? No. Under the auspices of Ohanese, Igbo land has been divided. IPOB is trying to unify Igbo land while Ohanese have become a tool of destabilization in Igbo land. And that we are not going to accept. We are going to come to that because those plans, all those plans they are using to destabilize Igbo land will never happen as long as IPOB, because we found out there is nobody guiding our people. The churches, pastors are all their preaching is for the finance that will go into their pocket. The politicians is because of the money go into their pocket. Ohanese people is all about betrayal. Who they will talk to, they give them money. Anything that is going to be, they call them, they take money. They kill Igbo people in the north, they go and take money, say, don't worry, we will solve the problem. They go here, they take money. This is, every one of you know when we killed our people in Obigo, he moved his team. They were the first people who paid him visit because we were screaming on top of voice that they told him nothing is happening. It was just $300,000 that we gave to them. They denied that our people were not killed, and they killed more. $300,000. Nnaya Wodo and his team took it and they walked away. These are the people you call Ohanese in Igbo. And the Iwanyanwu came, took over. We are talking about Iwanyanwu. Have all of you forgotten about Otokot? Can somebody like Iwanyanwu, with what happened during Otokoto time, can Iwanyanwu be able to be walking around in Biafra land again, coming out in the limelight again to talk about politics? Have all of you forgotten about Otokoto in Imo State? Have all of you forgotten? Which Iwanyanwu played a very major role in the business of Otokoto. Then after many years, Iwanyanwu resurfaces in politics to head Ohanese Ndigo. Iwanyanwu, when he's controlling his Hadel road rehabilitation, did he even rehabilitate any road in Biafra land? Iwanyanwu, that every one of you knew that he was a major player to kick Ihero out of Imo State, and he was the major person who helped focus on them, but they kicked him and he came on the media and talked rubbish about Ihero. That Ihero is a leprosy, they don't need a political leprosy, they don't need him. They were the ones, and the compensation was when Professor, what is his name, died. Then they handed him. Iwanyanwu have handed over, he said his business. When Professor Obiozor died, Iwanyanwu have handed over his business to his children that he was owed. He have handed over all his businesses to his children. After handing him over, that he was tired. Somebody that is tired now was picked at his age to come and lead Igbo people. Some people say whether he have dementia or whether he is okay or he knows what he's doing, that is the person who came out to lead our people, to lead Igbo people. No, they put people who know how to bargain. I am going to talk about Iwanyanwu on this particular program, so that those who are around must tell him. Because it is all connected to our 30th May. He is connected to our 30th May because I know the time he raises his voice, start to talk, I know something was wrong. I want to let Biafrans know that from the time the audio message leaked that Iwanyanwu was part of those who want to go and beg the Northerners. It is a real story. IPOB do not carry any information they do not know. Before this news come outside and it went viral. Can Iwanyanwu swear? Because I cannot tell him come and swear, but he knew that there was a discussion going like that. There is a discussion in the north for them to go and beg. It is from the Sokoto Caliphate. It was a deal of 100 billion. Hope Uzodinma is at the center of all this deal. Because Hope Uzodinma is vying for the post of a vice president. Hope Uzodinma, I'm saying it so that everybody knows. Hope Uzodinma is part of the game because Hope Uzodinma is working seriously with Shetima because they are hoping, they are planning that Tinubu will never complete his tenure. That is all. He is positioning himself for a vice president in case Tinubu drops. Anything happens, so that is all in their mind. But I think Tinubu is also playing with their mind because, that time before the election, Tinubu was peeing on the trouser. He was feeling like he was dying. Some of them were rejoicing. This man now, he's dying. He's dying. So tomorrow he won't stay 1 month or 2 months. He was playing with their mind. He will walk. They will put this in. They hold him. He will do like he was dying. Most of them were rejoicing that this man, after 2 months, 1 year, he will die in office. Immediately he won. Now he's working very strong. That dream they were having, they have already lost it. But they still have the plans. And the Hope Uzodinma is behind it. He is to be a vice president. That is why all the plan they are making. And the deal is not moving very well. When immediately IPOB stepped into that matter, the deal started to shake. Some Northerners, they were asking to go and beg that it will sell. The Northerners were telling them, Hausa and Fulani are not now in good position. Things are shaking. We cannot go and put mouth. The Hausas and Fulani are having problem in the north. We don't know how to do this thing. Then Iwanyanwu went gaga, calling. Their agents were calling. Their agents came to IPOB through somebody to come and beg IPOB to work with Iwanyanwu, which we refused. IPOB refused. Some people tried to move, let him come and talk on Radio Biafra. We refused. Then I had the voice note where he was saying, since we refuse, he's going to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the Kuje prison. And I thank God, I sent the message to somebody who is close to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, one of the lawyers. I said, tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that Iwanyanwu is planning to come and see you. Be careful with that man. Whether they sent him or not, I don't know. But to our greatest surprise, Iwanyanwu went to visit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and came out. Every one of you saw what Iwanyanwu said on the television, on a media press. That I do not want to address this issue, but I decided I must address it because every time people put us in a damage control position, Iwanyanwu went there, came out and told the people that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have disassociated himself with IPOB, which I know it is not true. It is not true. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the last thing he will do is to disassociate IPOB while he's inside there. At the end of the day, the clip is there. Iwanyanwu is talking that IPOB was the first people who wrote a press or article against him when we hear this information. That IPOB have done this, he was condemning IPOB on a television. And some people want us to keep silent. And I saw in the interview one of the IPOB lawyers, they couldn't even make the correction to say, no, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not say this. Because Nandi was in onye bara nkiti kwere ekwe. They were there. Iwanya will make those outrageous comments. He made those outrageous comments on the national television. He was attacking IPOB. How, if, let me tell you, some say he had dementia. No, I disagree. I have no dementia. Oh my own, because these are horrible men. These are the way they play their politics. And I'm using this opportunity. Those who knows Iwanyanwo, that statements must be retrieved. We are giving Iwanyanwo just days from now. They must correct that particular statement. If not, we will launch an attack on Iwanyanwo that he will never ever believe in his life. That because after that we say IPOB is insulting elders. We are not insulting. But it is when you want to destroy the image IPOB has built for over years. We don't have any personal problem with Iwanyanwo. But Iwanyanwo were IPOB Sora and so. If you don't know anything to talk. If Iwanyanwo can go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and come out in few minutes and misquote Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, since 30th of May, today is 4th, 5 days, he have never corrected that statement he made. And people expect us to keep silent. Iwanyanwo must correct that statement. If not, we will take it as that is what they have, that is what they discuss. Nobody can convince us, nobody can convince me that that is not what they meant. Iwanyanwo knows what he said. And those who was in that meeting with Iwanyanwo when he met Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by now supposed to come and make that clarification. This is not what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said to Iwanyanwo. Either he misinterpreted it or he spoke a few words and forgot himself. If it's dementia, that means Igbo people should be careful sending this kind of person to go to speak for them. That means somebody like this cannot go to speak for Igbo people because he can go there and they tell him, we are coming to war. He come back home and tell you, no, they didn't say they are coming to war. He will say, no, they are coming for peace. Somebody like this can cause death at this particular dangerous time in Igbo land. If that man can go to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and I'm making it very clear, those who think that it is arranging politicians to go to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it is in the interest of this struggle, they are making mistakes. When a politician call you, pay tickets for you, do this thing, tell you to go and see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you go there. They are all coming for their own personal issues. Those who want to contest for governor will come to you through somebody. Those who, last election, we know those. How many of them, it is a ticket. If you pay, you go and see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is how they are rubbishing this particular struggle. This is how they are rubbishing it. And somebody should not expect us to keep silent when somebody like Iwanyanwo came out and speak on Channels Television, the enemy's TV, against Biafrans. And he made those statements. And there were people there. Even there was an IPOB lawyer in that place. He did not interject and said, please, this is not what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu meant. Everybody keep silent. Iwanyanwo condemned IPOB, said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have disassociated himself with IPOB. I am not taking it, and I will never take it until that correction is made. We will continue to hammer on Iwanyanwo until he make that correction. If he don't, or people who were part of that thing, we are not the one to speak for him. He is the one to speak and say, I made a mistake in what I say. And all these things, if they do not come to this particular level to make this clarification, Biafrans, all of you on the media, everywhere, on the radio, we continue to hammer it because that is a job of an agent provocateur. He has come to destabilize IPOB more because the enemies have taken it. The enemies have taken it. People will say, oh, we discussed. No, it's very sensitive. That particular statement Iwanyanwo made can destabilize IPOB in the next 1 to 2 years. To say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have disassociated himself with IPOB, he's talking 30th. Iwanyanwo went there to cry for 30th May. When you are in Abuja, I don't think that the 30th May affected you. You flew out of Biafra land. You didn't sit at home. You were in Abuja to go to. So why are you crying more than the bereaved? Why? Why crying more than the bereaved? Why? So going to tell Mazi that they sit at home. They knew that that sit at home was not the Monday sit at home. It has nothing to do with the Monday sit at home. Why are people trying to do those things? Why are they trying to connect all these things? As if the 30th May, they don't know what the 30th May is all about. Why? Why are they connecting the 30th May to the Monday sit at home? Why? Why are they crying? Why is it that Igbo politicians and some people will start crying when IPOB make a harmless decision, a one-day decision? Sometimes many laws, even we living in foreign land, even people, many laws must not favor everybody, but it must be obeyed. Sometimes there are laws, even Nigeria, there are laws Nigeria set up in our place. Most of our people, are they not obeying it? We don't have problem if you raise your voice and say these things we are doing. We don't have problem for that. But it's when you take it out of line, that is where we have problem with you. When you take it as if it is a personal something, then IPOB will have problem with you. Because it is not done to you, it is done for the betterment of the land. IPOB have no leader. IPOB have no leader in the politics. The leader of IPOB is in detention. Presently, the DOS is in charge of this struggle. So whatever order the issue goes, if you feel that IPOB is not, then stop us when we put up a law in Biafra land. We have shown you people signs, signals that we are in charge of this land. But every day, some of you want to try the resoluteness of this great movement. What I'm saying this evening, it is time. 30th May will still come next year. We will also inform WAEC 6 months before the WAEC exam. Next year, IPOB will inform WAEC 6 months before the time. Because next year, if WAEC, they are looking opportunity to say, oh, they don't want their people to go to school. That is rubbish. That is rubbish. That is emotional blackmail. They don't want their children want to go to an exam. How many of them that graduated that has job? How many? How many? How many of them that have graduated that are in the university? How many? How many of them that have taken the examination that are not waiting for strike to resume before they start school? You want to threaten. You can change the date of that examination. It's not that we saw, I think, JAMB also changing date for I think there is a strike. JAMB is supposed to be, JAMB, I think they were having problem with this labor as of yesterday. I didn't see many of them crying. Labor, Nigeria labor was because of the JAMB. JAMB saying they were dragging it. I didn't see many of you talk. I didn't see many of you tell labor, stop that thing, our children are taking JAMB. I didn't see any of you talk about it. Hypocrisy. Nobody, I didn't see any Igbo man, wherever they are. No Biafran said, hey, labor, stop this thing you are doing. My child is taking JAMB. He's going to university next year. None of you said it. It is when he reached an IPOB on, you people started making noise, paying media people to start campaigning against something we are doing. And we are not going to accept it. Next year, we will inform, and all our people, there are Biafrans who are working in the WAEC office. Who's supposed to remind them? 30th May is sacrosanct. Nobody can do anything about that. Biafrans and all the lovers of freedom, we must continue to be resolute in this struggle. There is no retreat. There is no surrender. Irrespective of anything we come across. Some will come and go. More will continue to march. What happened on 30th May is enough for Nigeria to know that in the next 100 years, they cannot defeat this ideology. They cannot. They can never defeat this ideology. And that is why you saw what happened in Aba. All the people who have taken money from them, promising them heaven and earth, how they are going to stop IPOB, how they will dislodge IPOB, how they will destroy China Samora and Chike Dozema and all the money they have spent and spent out of their nose. They are acting out of frustration now. I will stop here on that particular 30th May so that we can go in on what happened in Aba. Mazi Chinedu, I will stop here in case you have anything to ask before we go to the second topic. There we're watching.
There we Anyway, what I want to also put there so that you can continue with it, like this, what is happening, what Ohaneze Ndibo, chieftain, is saying. Mazi, does it mean that they want IPOB leadership to, many people don't understand it, in short. Is it really what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, or is it that he is twisting everything? Please. Because this is what people have been asking. Mazi, please, before you enter the second part, please.
Mazi, from the information, because we are not there when the meeting they held, but from the information, because we have raised our concern over this, we are told that this is not what they discussed, that he misunderstood what him and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said. And I totally disagree. Reasons are, if he really mistake from what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu they discussed, or whether he used it because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in that place for his own political or selfish reasons, best known to him. Some say he's an old man, he don't remember everything. I disagree. As long as I know, there was no time Mazi Nnamdi Kanu disassociated himself with IPOB. What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu I know made very clear is that he never sent anybody to go to kill people in Aba. He never sent people for any criminal offense. But what concerns the 30th May is sacrosanct, that nobody can touch it, and nobody can talk about it or be against, because it is something we have been doing for over a decade now. That this he must have in mind, that nobody, in terms of going to kill people in Aba, he never asked anybody to go and kill people in Aba. But on the issue of 30th May, which he came to reported to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that there is, Onyendu let him know that it is something that they will never discuss because it is sacrosanct. Now, Mazi, anytime these politicians want to go and see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, there must be something disturbing them. They have one. It's not that they went truly for the love of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to go. Of course, they will come say, we are trying to see how they will release you. They use it and raise their own issue and see how they will get some information they want. They walk away. If he talks something more bad, next time DSS will not allow him to come there. This one, everybody have to know that. If he talks anything that is not in the interest of the government, in the DSS will never allow him to come there, irrespective of anything. So that one we have to be sure. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu never disassociates himself with IPOB. In fact, Mazi Nnamdi can, if he disassociate himself with IPOB, if he disassociate himself with IPOB, that is the greatest danger he has done to himself. Because in the zoo, will do something that nobody will believe. That is it, Mazi.
Mazi, I think you go to the second part of the despicable actions that happened in Aba. Mazi, please go on.
Okay, Mazi, Biafrans and all the lovers of freedom. From the flyer we released, the second topic I want to touch there is the false flag operation that happened in Aba. Every Biafran knows that our sit at home is always no violence. IPOB is not, that's why we continue to talk about how IPOB conducts their sit at home. And after that sit at home, many people were calling, said this is IPOB sit at home. The ESN also did a very marvelous job in some areas we know the criminals always come out from. The ESN was at work. They did a very excellent job on that day because there are some flashpoints that we know some of these criminals may want to come out from. And we make sure that those places were heavily monitored. And even some of them will notice that if you go out from that place to disrupt anything, that automatically you will find it funny that because we know we had this notion that anytime we call for this, that there are some infiltrators. Because themselves cannot call for a sit at home. And it happens. Mas, I think you know that. So most times they want to fly on the back of IPU to commit certain things. The order is very clear. Most of them, they have, how many times have you seen them call for sit at home? What they will do is they will go in the market, kill somebody, one market, and run away. Where people come out for their business. But when IPOB call for a sit at home, lest we forget, just look at what happened on 30th May. The people know it is a genuine call. It's not just every day you wake up, you call sit at home. Every day you wake up, you call sit at home. If you want to raise money, you call sit at home. That is not IPO. That is not IPO. Now, Mazi, we all know, we know that, but we didn't investigate what happened in Aba. And the way the operation happened in Aba, there is no two ways that you won't know it is a government-sponsored operation. Mazi, even ask any IPO, even common sense, according to some eyewitnesses that was asked, Mazi, a jeep came with Ojukwu sticker, Ojukwu poster on the jeep. They put on the Ojukwu poster and a Biafran flag. The jeep came to this particular army checkpoint, massacred 5 Nigerian military officers. Majority are Igbos. I think 4 of them are Igbos. One is Bala Abraham. He's an Hausa, but a Christian. So 5 of them are Christians. Mazi. And those who posted them on that place, that they knows why they posted them. They didn't want it to be an Hausa Pulan because they are, Mazi, this is a junction. People are coming out of the junction. They have always been there. Even people have seen the picture. They have seen the videos. When the military came that place, did you saw the military where the military officer is beating somebody? Say, now who carried that jeep come? So they know that a jeep came. The military officer was asking, tell us who carried the jeep come here. Who carried the jeep to come here? The question is this. So the military officer know that a jeep came here. And they tell me, can IPOB, any person with his common sense, put Ojukwu flag, sticker on a jeep, put Biafra flag, came to kill? Let me say something to many people who don't know. If they like, they help the women. Do you know that some of these military guys they kill, their wives, family members are IPOB members? Do you know? And how? One is from Alex Oti place, from Isi Alangwa. The other one from Ubunabo. 2 officers from the same state. The other Ikechuku something, I don't know his state. Then the other Emmanuel Augustine, which the military released their names. Then immediately this thing happened. Hope Uzodimma was the first person. I haven't seen all the thing happening in Anambra, in Imo State. I have not seen all the killings going on in Imo State. I have never seen any governor from another state that raises alarm of what is happening in that state. I have never seen. Upon all the whole killing going on in Imo State, military, the slaughter of police officers, I have never seen even Soludo said something about it. I have never seen Alex Soti say something about it. Even before their tenure, I have never seen. But the moment this thing happened, Hope Uzodimma was the first person who raised alarm. Start interfering in what happened in the military. The military, within a couple of hours, declared to deal with IPOB mercilessly. I don't know how they concluded on the investigation. And no, it is IPOB. This is the same tactics they used during the Civil War that put enmity between the coastal lines and the mainland. They will wear Biafran uniform, take Biafran flag, go to a community in the coastal region, kill people, and told them it is Biafran people who came and killed them. That is what they did in the coastal line that draw enmity into we. We know those things. That's why we are very, very careful so that it is easy to dictate when the enemy struck. And I am asking Biafrans this evening, can IPOB on that the same day, with Biafra flag, with Ojuku poster, with a brand new Jeep, IPOB have no brand new Jeep, they went and strike. The Nigerian military, people they know they are all Igbo extraction. They were in one place. It's not that they were patrolling. They went and struck them. Purpose of them raised alarm. Benjamin Kalu raised alarm. Do you know one thing with Igbo people? Anytime, they never ask. There are people. The Nigerian military have consistently, over 10 years, a decade now, killing IPOB members, adopting IPOB members. Only in 2003, over 1,000 IPOB members were adopted and killed by the Nigerian military. The people they're supposed to be protected. Nobody talk about them. These Igbo politicians, they are here. We are shouting how they go massacre people. No Igbo politician, no Igbo businessman, none of them will ever open mouth and condemn the killing. Mazi, let me give you an example. Whoever you are, you know, they are systematically reducing the population of Biafrans. Do you know the people they target? They target the youth. Mazi, you know, all the youth, whether he become a policeman, a welder, anybody, anything he will become in future, he must marry. The end of all the struggle, all the grown-up, the end will be to have a family. Whether he become a criminal, whether he's a freedom fighter, whether he's a lawyer, anything he did, he will surely have a family. When you kill 1,000 Biafrans, youth, Mazi, how many, imagine, give them like two children or three children into 1,000. And even the grown up have families. Give them an average of three kids. Or four kids. Mazi, do you see the number of people they are wiping out? They are crying about population growth. Some countries want their population to rise up. But in our own, because the system have never changed. There is no job. If there is job, what is wrong with population? The more unity is power. The more number that, the more you are stronger. Why are they trying to reduce the population of our own people? So the military thought they are the only one who have the right to do what? Kill people, them and the police. Guns are given to them. The job they use the gun to do is just to kill civilians. If civilians talk, they kill. If anybody talk, they kill. They are the only one legalized to kill anybody. They went there, killed 5 military officers. In less than 24 hours, Tinubu has come out to declare to go and crush IPOB. Crush those who are declaring sit at home. What does that signify, everybody? This is a false flag operation by the Nigerian military and Nigerian government, because they have automatically lose the control of all the people they thought they would have destroyed IPOB. Have every one of you forgotten? On 30th May 2021, the day Ahmed Gulak was killed in Imo State, it is the same 30th May Ahmed Gulak was gunned down in Imo State. From that day was the day military invaded Imo State till today. Haven't you people seen the condition in Imo State? They used that singular act that Ahmed Gulak was killed in Imo State. Opposed to them, they knew what happened to him. That is how military was brought in from the north. Who the Fulani they were. Today, after 3 years, how is Imo State today? How many thousands of people have they killed? Now they shift to Abia. Many of them. Why is Abia quiet? Why is Abia moving well? I do not want to call names, but I knew there are some politicians who have sent people, said OT is supposed to be disrupted. OT is working with IPOB. That is why Abia State is very quiet. Tell them why. How can you give these allegations? That is why Abia is quiet. I mean, some politicians, I find who have been accusing, say that during their time, everything, how can OT be working? Since it's working, they must put problem in that place. They must show him that he is nobody. These Igbo politicians, they should be careful. They should be careful. We are not in their normal game. The IPOB leadership is not in their normal game. Because when they fail, they shift to another side. They know who won't accept. Like, for example, when people were lobbying, let this guy come and speak on Radio Biafra. We said no. There was also a politician before that want to come and speak on Radio Biafra. We said no, you can't speak on Radio Biafra. If you want to speak to Nigerian media. If what you said is good about IPOB, we will share the video that you have said the truth. But you cannot sit on the platform of the indigenous people of Biafra. They wear a divine platform in defense of freedom. And you come there and talk rubbish. Come to talk. You have defied our ideology now. When we allow a politician we know, you have defied. Radio Biafra is no-go area for any Igbo politician, any Nigerian politician that we know the role he's playing in Biafra land. All this time they are planning, how can we destroy Abia? They targeted, they waited on. Abia has been very peaceful. ESN has been checkmating crime in Abia State. Without talking, it's for our own betterment. When we tell our people, come back home, you think IPOB leadership, one thing is that our people they have ego. If you get 100,000, you come and make noise. Small something people did, they make noise, too much noise. That's why you see all about the celebrity, or you see many of them, they make noise that people thought they have something. When they become sick, they come on social media and start begging. Some of you will be surprised. This person, I thought that they make too much noise because the noise they are making. If you make too much noise, the people who want to help you won't help you because they feel you are okay. You make noise. You hear this thing. You make too much noise that if people want to help you, they will say, I thought this guy make too much noise. This is one of the problems we are having in our place. Now, they want Abia State to be disrupted. Let me say this thing very, very well. They even plan that they will start to kidnap some workers to drive away all those people working in Abia so that Abia will not. They have already made the plans. They don't want. This is a national game they want to play. This is what they are planning against Abia. Just that, how can you allow this man to be doing freely? They want to disrupt the project. They want to disrupt all the people entering Abia State, doing businesses. They want to shut down people to say, because the Igbo politicians is that if they are not the one that did it, nobody can do it, they will be happy. For you people to know, immediately this thing happened, they flagging, they importing soldiers from the north, Boko Haram soldiers. Are you not seeing some of the soldiers with dreadlock? A dreadlock in the military. Most of you don't see them on the checkpoint. Are they really soldiers? Soldiers with dreadlocks in Igbo land. Soldiers with dreadlocks. Have you ever seen those things? With guns. And most of you don't talk. I know some of you are being intimidated because they have guns. What they did in Aba is just a simple false flag operation. They want to use it to enter Abia State. Even we got a report. There is a student. A public administration student in Abia State Polytechnic. The guy, his father is a king. They gave wrong information. The son of a king. They gave wrong information. The military is happening today. Because that is what they are looking for. To kill the younger people. They entered into the palace of that man, shot his son and his friend. The boy is from Ohanze in Obimba. For you people to know what is happening, the boy's name is Obiwanne Odia. They killed him. They killed him and killed his friend together in the father's compound. A student, Asaba is hot. He returned to his father's house. With the wrong information, they came to his father's house, the military, and killed the young man at his father's compound. This is happening today. You saw a video that I posted, a girl that said they came and picked his younger brother, 15 years, and the younger sister. The father is over 70. They molested them and take away his. This is what is happening in Abia State. The question is that why are they targeting small boys, 17, 15, 16, 17 years? Why are they picking them? Why are they marching? What concerns our hands and what concerns Obikadia Junction? If you know the differences, I want everybody in Aba. What concerns Obikadia Junction and the Ohanze community down along Ekorekpene Road? What concerns? How can they go there to kill the young men? Biafrans, are you seeing what is happening? Are you seeing what these people are doing? A young man that is about to graduate. He's in HND2, a student. He's in his final year in the Polytechnic. They killed him today because of false flag operation in Aba. We have gotten information how they are importing soldiers entering, and they told them when Tinubu have already, many of you, I think the guy was killed yesterday, not today. Let me read what Tinubu. Let you people, some of you don't understand what is happening. This is what, go to Tinubu. Some of you will say, are we sure? Go to Tinubu, Ahmed Tinubu Twitter handle. Go and see what the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria tweeted. And I read, I'm not going to read all, but I'm going to read the place that is very, very important. He said, the President of Nigeria, Ahmed Tinubu, wrote, he said, I have received yet another disheartening news story about the killing of 5 soldiers by suspected militants of the proscribed terrorist organization, IPOD. That is what Tinubu called us. That is what Tinubu called IPOD. The proscribed militants, terrorist organization. The slain soldiers were on peacekeeping duty in Aba. Go there and read by yourself so that you won't say that it is China Saworu that said it. It is propaganda. Here on Radio Biafra, we don't do this leadership. We don't do propaganda. He said that the military was on peace mission, peacekeeping mission. Is there anything happening in Aba that they send them for peace mission? The same thing they said in Kuruma in Delta State, where they went and massacred people. The same thing. He said that the soldiers go to Ahmed Tinubu Twitter account. You will see it there with the official letter. He said that the slain soldiers were on a peacekeeping duty in Abadia State on Thursday when they were murdered just 2 months after a similar tragic incident happened in Oguama, Delta State. We have now compared what happened in IPO in Aba to what happened in Oguama in Delta State. I want everybody to understand this particular thing. I want to read where he said we must be pounced on. He said, the unwarranted, barbaric, and evil acts are commendable and condemnable and should never condone or tolerated in our country. Our soldiers and police have the onerous duty to protect all of us from aggressors, and the criminal non-state actors. Now you ask yourself, who on that day was aggressive while people are at home? It's calling us an aggressors, criminal non-state actor. Dear President, EOB is not a non-state actor. We are a state actor. As long as we have the ability to give an order in Biafra land and it is being obeyed, we can interfere in human rights abuses. We can fight for the rights of the people. Please, those who are writing your press or should go and check what a state actor does. And that is what IPOB does in Biafra land. It is very, very clear. He said hundreds of them have paid the ultimate price in fulfillment of their duty, while some have experienced indignity of being manhandled by people they protect. Let me go forward. He said, I'm coming, because no need to read all. No need to read all. In that particular document, just give me, because I want to inform our people where he made his pronouncement. I'm coming, Mazi. Just give me. So he said here in one of the letters, he said, I want to make it very clear that the government of Federal Republic of Nigeria and the armed forces have the capacity to crush violent non-state actors, making our communities unsafe. One thing I want to say here, he said, I urge security agencies not only to fish out the masterminds and perpetrators of Aba attack, but also those calling on people to stay at home. Their actions are nothing short of treason. Are you people understanding that, please? I urge security agencies not only to fish out the masterminds and perpetrators of the Aba attack. That means it's a separate incident. But they are saying it is Aba, it is Abia State, it is IPOD. But here, the president is saying now, I urge security agencies not only to fish out the mastermind and perpetrators of the Aba attack, but also those calling. Now he's coming against IPOD, those calling for a seat at home. We called for a seat at home. Him, Tinubu, while he was governor of Lagos State, was when they all anonymously agreed to make 12th June one person. Now he's coming against IPOD, those calling for a seat at home. We called for a seat at home. Him, Tinubu, while he was governor of Lagos State, was when they all anonymously agreed to make 12th June one person. Now he's coming against IPOB, those calling for a seat at home. We called for a seat at home. Him, Tinubu, while he was governor of Lagos State, was when they all anonymously agreed to make 12 June one person. Now he's coming against IPOB, those calling for a seat at home. We called for a seat at home. Him, Tinubu, while he was governor of Lagos State, was when they all anonymously agreed to make 12 June one person. Now he's coming against IPOB, those calling for a seat at home. We called for a seat at home. Him, Tinubu, while he was of Lagos State, was when they all anonymously agreed to make 12 June one person.
We must continue. Please do not forget that we are here on Radio Biafra House of Service. I think there is a little perturbation, but we must continue. We must continue. We must continue. You are listening to the voice of Mazi Sanworu. We have little perturbation. Let me see what is happening. Please, let me see. We must continue on this program. There is a little perturbation, but we must continue. Sometimes you have some bizarre problems. I don't know. Let me bring him. Yes. Mazi, can you hear me? Mazi, can you hear me? What is Mazi Chinasa? Can you hear me?
Mas, I can hear you now. I think we are having network
Yes,
problem.
I think so.
Side,
yes.
but my side is okay, and I'm getting some complaint that the
Yeah,
video is repeating.
it's repeated, but it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay now?
Yes, it's okay. Please go on.
Okay, Mazi, I forgot where the head.
Yeah, no, you were talking about the APA, in general.
The Tinubu when they put
Yes.
17th,
Yes.
12th June,
yes. June 12th. June 12th. Yes.
Okay,
it's from there.
So
Yes.
okay, I they heard that. Okay, so Biafran, sorry for this interruption. I think it's a network technical issue, but we are back online. So, like as I was saying, you see what is happening in Aba. One thing, because of IPOB, everybody is arming themselves. Purpose of Emma is arming himself. He already armed himself. Dave Omahi already gone. He's not very happy because he wanted the governor to he wanted the governor to inherit the Bubago and continue the killing in Ebonyi State, which is not founding very, 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 very funny. So what I'm saying is this: Tinubu, when he was governor, they carved out on that particular day, June 12th, to celebrate Abiola. That was what they did. They said that Abiola for democracy. And today, what did they go again? We are celebrating, we are commemorating those that died. The commemoration of Biafran fallen heroes. Everybody is dragging, is removing their sword to fight IPOB. Iwanyamu himself, those that are supposed to remember, is the one he go to AUG to complain to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that they sit at home we are making, that people are taking WAEC. You can imagine that. You can imagine such kind of behavior in Imo State. Hope Uzodema, you know, Mazi, they want to destabilize this, and because already for Anambra next year is going to be war in Anambra. They have put up a standby militia they will use. And that, because of that standby militia coming from Hope from this side, which is going to team up with Ifeanyi Oba, Ebakeba on one side, it has pushed Soludo, a professor, who was a professor, or who is a professor, because of the kind of hostility, insecurity they want to create in Igbo land. It has pushed Soludo now. Soludo have now gotten his own militia. They call them Ofobi. Anywhere you hear people say that Ofobi, this is Soludo militia. And as I am with intelligent report, as I am telling you, Soludo, his team, he used his chief security officer. They have acquired them over 150 AK-47. They are preparing for election next year. Go and write it somewhere. These people don't want Igbo land to be in peace. These people do. They want to create all this havoc in the name of IPOB. They continue to create havoc. They continue to create havoc. From here to here, they hear Hope Uzodinma is their agent. He has to do this job now because they have started promising him. How they promise Wike to be vice president or vice president. How they promise Okezi Bazu to be vice president. How they promise, Dave Omahi to be president. How they promise Ogbonnayonu to be president or vice president. Wike, they promise him vice president after they keep him one side. This same promise they are giving to what they call him now, Hope Uzodinma. Hope Uzodinma is killing with no mercy. Is killing with no mercy. They are massacring people, keeping militia they will use to disrupt. That is what IPOB fought in 2001. But those we fought for don't know what we have done for them. Imagine these politicians they used to go as far as to the coastal area to rent militias from the coastal area. To rent militia. That is why you see that Creek Toad have a private army. That is where they rent people from him. Tompolo, the same thing. They are renting armed people from them. Most of you don't know. That is the business they are into. And the arms militia, they are bringing them to Igbo land. That's why you see when some of those our brothers from the Riverine area comes to Biafra land, they behave like the Northerners because the hatred they have against their own people. Because now they know if going to bring them from far, it will cause a problem. They now bring them from Omok, from Ondoni, from Bayasa. They bring them from Delta. They come with the same hatred. They come, they rape their sisters, they rape their aunties, they rape any women. That is what people like Hope Uzodinma they brought to the state. They brought to the region. As I am telling you, Soludo, a professor, a former CBN governor, have gradually shifting from a refined professor now, want to be a militia king because of politics. That is what the politics turn our people into. Because Ebakeba knows, Ebakeba have gone for you to see betrayal and the hypocrisy. Because Ebakeba now have moved from Soludo. He now sold the idea, the pattern Soludo used when he now sold it to Ifeanyi Oba, who is planning, play his own politics to be the governor of this thing. And they are combining with the APC power. because they want to unleash havoc. Don't be surprised next year they start unleashing. They will be shouting IPOB, IPOB. That is all what they are doing. That everybody write it down. Today's date is 4th June. By the end of this year, remember, by the end of this year, they will all position themselves. By next year, they start killing themselves. And when they kill, they shout, it's IPOB, IPOB do this, ESN, they will, because they pay newspaper. They are waiting. Every 5 minutes, something happens, boom, they say IPOB. Nigeria is stealing millions of dollars. They can't even investigate and know where the money is going. But anytime something happens, they just shout IPOB. In less than 24 hours, Tinubu is threatening brimstone and fire against IPOB. And we are not going to take it. And I am using this opportunity this evening to tell the governors and Igbo politicians, if they don't want that region to catch fire, since if the military will not stop adopting our youth, now on radio, so that they will go and they record it and keep it as a treasonable case against Tina Saworu. I'm also putting it this time. If the military did not stop from this evening adopting IPOB members and the people because of the order of Tinubu, we will do it for you people's good, because you people have moved in army now into Aba. They are adopting. You hear the military people say, you people want to sit at home now, you will sit for 1 month. What does that mean? That means they are frustrated. They are angry that there was a successful sit at home. That's why you see the military saying, since you people you want to sit at home, Aba, you will now continue to sit at home. That is what you people want. But we know that the governor of Abia State understand the game. It is all about to destroy and destruct whatever he's doing, trying his best to develop that particular state that have been underdeveloped for more than 24 years. They want to stop it. They want to stop people entering Aba. They want to stop people going to Iguacha from Aba buying goods. They want to make sure that's why you see them they are trying to find a route so that people from Iguacha will find it easier to go to Lagos to buy something than to enter about 10 minutes to buy something. If not IPOB, those roads will not be built. Abia State and the Igbo and the River State, they have all the communities are one. Echie in Abia, Echie in Iguacha, Ndoki in Abia, Ndoki in Iguacha. All these communities, Obibo, all of them, they're all Igbo speaking people. But most times they found it difficult to come from Iguacha to Aba. Maybe a journey of 5 to 10 minutes. The Nigerian government want them, if they want to buy something, they better go to Lagos. That's why they are building a road. They want to create a road for them. And make sure this place will be bush. You can go from Calabar, you pass through the coastal region and go to Lagos. You won't come to Aba. When we are talking this, and people don't understand the plan of this contraption called Nigeria. The Nigerian government and the Nigeria as entity, all their problem is just the Igbo man. The Igbo man. You talk about IPOB bringing investment in Biafra land. They tell you, oh, kidnappers. Who kidnappers? They are the people kidnapping our people. They are the people blocking the road. The military is on Biafra land roads. Extortion. Day and night. Any young man, they come out, they have POS machine. Who will they humiliate like this? And they will not one day turn against those people. Because they have guns. Because they have guns. The guns they have is to protect the civilians. But we found out that the Nigerian government and the military, their strength is always on innocent civilians. Now they are going house to house, killing people in Aba. They have extended to villages. Are you people understanding what is happening? Are you people getting what is happening? And as that operation is going up there in Aba, Hope Uzodinma is using the opportunity because our whole attention now is in Aba. Hope Uzodinma is using that opportunity now, killing and disappearing most of the Bubagu men who were working for him. Many of you did not know that the China Samwaneri, the number of IPOB members that guy killed. China Samwaneri was the man who masterminded the attack of Ikenga, the home of Ikenga, the guy in the House of Red. It was China Samwaneri that led the operation. He was the one who masterminded it. Today, him and Hope Uzodinma, I'm not going to talk what led to their distance. I will keep it off the air. But I want them to know that IPOB lives inside everywhere. Hope Uzodinma knows the problem between him and China Samwaneri. He knows. The DSS director, you know the infrared move, this thing you catch, you use it. You know when Hope Uzodinma came for a function and he stopped you people not, for China Samwaneri not to shake him, that is where the red line was drawn. You know all that. Then Hope Uzodinma now bring out his files, all the fraud, he used his signature, land grabbing, harassment, assassination, intimidation, because he knows everything. He now uses it to pick China Samwaneri because he is his killer. They have done a lot of dirty job for him. He now moved them to Lagos. Then the Bubago in Imo State start shaking. So, every one of you know that China Samwaneri was picked on 21st May. This is roughly 2 weeks. He's picked now. Most of his members under his control, his militia is controlling. There is a kind of a divided house. And they are complaining, their boss, why are they detaining him? They were invited. As Aba issue, all of you put attention in Aba, as they were invited in the shell camp in Imo State to come for a dialogue. Hope Uzodinma with the military, they massacred most of these young men. The remaining people who couldn't arrive there before the thing happened, they are now on the run. The family is asking the military, where are our children? When all of you were following Hope Uzodinma and China Samwaneri massacring your own fellow brothers in Imo State, did you see how the military massacre you people? The military, Hope tell them, okay, go there to settle the issue. They went in there, they massacred many of them. Those who have not arrived got the information what happened, and they ran. Some of them already have crossed border now to Benin Republic. They now ran, and they said the family went to the military to ask them about their sons. They said they went to Abuja for an assignment. They are dead. They are dead. How will go? They won't see them again. Hope have massacred them. He have shipped Chinasa to Abuja. If he will come back, he knows Chinasa is dangerous. Chinasa Waneri is dangerous. He knows. A man who betrayed Okorocha, betrayed everybody he has worked with Hope. While these things are happening in Aba, the attention is in Aba. He is killing in Imo State. And he is giving money. Of recent, he released money to the boy they call Gentle, around 50 million naira. Those that have gone underground, they have settled him. They have asked him to go underground. He's now helping them underground. We know every information. But not every information is to be sent public. But why I am saying some of these things, that it is very important that our people have their eyes open for what these people want to do. You see the kind of havoc they are causing in Biafra land. Today, the same thing Hope is doing, what they call him, Peter Mba, have come out. Do you people see what he's doing in Nsoka? I am asking people, before you want to destroy a market, you have to build a new one before you destroy. Like Ariaria. When they were building Ariaria, they were building it batch by batch. You batch by batch. Because it's an existing market. In many places, that is how it's being done. Ask people, many markets remain in that place. They start rebuilding and renovating it. They can knock them line by line. We are going to destroy this lineup. But Mba have entered in Soka. Okro uya okro okoko. Apera mbara. Everything he's knocking down because he's having an issue with the Nsukka people. Because the Nsukka people did not vote for him. He is highly, very upset. I'm saying it so that Nsukka will not be running around. Peter Mpa is after. That is why he's knocking their business down. The houses is knocking everywhere. He is pushing, handing their land over to Fulani. You see what is happening in Nsukka. A 13-year-old girl raped by Fulani people and killed through rape. Today, a young boy going to school was butchered. He died. It is only that when we post it on social media on Facebook, Facebook will ban it. It will tell you it is against their own standard. But these are realities happening on ground. Peter Mpa have imported Fulani in the northern part of it, in this Nsukka region, because he wants to punish. That is why you see killings on a daily basis. When they kill it, they come to call. IPOB or ESN or IPOB. When we are telling you that these politicians, most of them are devil, they need always the Fulanis because they have been indoctrinated that they need the Fulanis to threaten their people anytime they come against him. He can't use another Igbo to do it. So they import these mercenaries and keep and let them loose. They can go to massacre their people. They don't care. Even if they, had it been, it is that boy killed in Nsukka, the girl, the raped 13-year-old girl killed. Imagine if it is IPOB that killed a small boy. Imagine what will be happening by now in Nsukka. Igbo people will come out from everywhere. The politicians need very bad. They will come out. We condemn IPOB for killing this boy. Maybe by now Al Jazeera would have carried the news. BBC would have carried the news. But the Fulanis are massacring young people, raped by death on a daily basis. The videos are there. Is anybody talking? Have you heard one Igbo man condemn what is happening in Nsukka? Have you heard? Benjamin Carlo, that one that likes to talk, have you heard him condemn what is happening in Nsukka? Have any one of them condemned the killing of Biafrans in Imo State? As the military are going house by house, killing youths, and I'm just telling you, somebody they killed, a young guy as the school about is hot. He went to his father's house. They killed him yesterday with his friend in his father's compound. Where is Benjamin Carlo? Where is he? Benjamin Carlo have to respect himself. Because we have found out any small thing, he come out and talk about his peso, mama or Filipino peso or what. Anybody ma Benjamin Kanu, you know, that warning. He doesn't play politics with IPOB. He should stop that politics. Because I got before report will come. IPOB. Now that the military are killing our people, who is saying something? 5 people killed. Do you know how many people the military have killed in Aba? You know how many? And all of you have kept silent. Nobody can tell the military, stop this killing. As you saw the military were destroying Keke, was it the Keke that killed the military? It's a very simple question. You saw the video where they were destroying people's Keke, tearing the destiny. Was it the Keke? Empty Keke, were there things that killed the military? I'm asking. Why are they terrorizing our people? Why is it that something happened in the east? How many military are being killed in the north? How many? How many are being killed in Niger State? Killed by Boko Haram. How many? How many militaries? This is the war. The war is in the east. That somebody, they planned their operation. They killed their own people. I have never seen where Nigeria is, any country, their military behaves in this way. Since that day, because they didn't want the world to know how successful the 30th May of Biafra, they know that is the next thing the world will talk about. They carried out this false flag operation and they try to subdue. It is 5 soldiers. 5 soldiers is our brother. They start to flash their pictures. They kill their Igbo brothers. So they kill. Who did? Aneda Hamadunihu. Who knows? They did it because they want, as they kill them, to be an internal revolt. Look at where they put the military. Number one, we talk about how our place is militarized. Is that place Obika their junction? The military are there. It's an evidence that our land is militarized by the Nigerian military. Everywhere is buffer zone on the highways, everywhere buffer zones. Against who? Against who? They will launch an operation just to give them the impetus to invade a town, to invade a city. They will launch everything they want. When they launch in Okuma, that Chinedu is talking, they never told us it is because of oil bunkering. They never said it. The military were involved in oil bunkering. They were working under this particular guy, under what they call him. They were working under Tompolo. They were doing the bunkering. Because this guy in another community are doing bunkering, he's not bringing returns. Tompolo wants to stop. They use the military. That anytime now they have said they went for peacekeeping. Peacekeeping. With information we are having now, we heard that over 10,000 soldiers, Nigeria have pushed them into Aba. 10,000 soldiers for torturing, raping, and dehumanizing our people. And all of them are going to camp in the Mba High School, National High School, Mba High School, at the Osisioma Junction there. That means people entering that place. They already started adopting people. They're adopting people. There is a woman, they adopted a 64-year-old woman. Somebody went to bail the woman. He saw the dehumanizing nature of what they are doing to Abia youth and that's Umba High School. And I urge the governor to go there. He must go there because we are not taking this nonsense. We are not taking it. I'm saying it this night. We are not taking it. We are not going to take it. Because if you people don't intervene in how they are dehumanizing our people, once and for all. That is what we want. Those evil politicians that engineering them, giving them to bring in people, telling them to do anything. If you people do not do the necessity to make sure they stop dehumanizing our people, our mothers, our brothers and sisters, look at Odikadia Junction. Look at Ohanze. Look at what they are doing in Omeka. Look at how they are arresting people all over. Look at what they are doing. And you people want us to keep silent? They want us to keep silent? We are not going to keep silent. They know, we know that. We are not those people that say, every checkpoint we have 15,000 soldiers going to Israel. We are not those people. You people know. We don't back. We bite. Those who are putting seat at home, we charge them for treasonable. Let us all run away because listen, Tinubu that is talking. Tinubu, you were in exile. Tinubu, were you not in exile? Nedeko, you don't know what you did in Yoruba land. You come now to say treason. You don't know. You think we have all forgotten? We don't know what you did in the West during the time of Nedeko. We don't know. Tinubu, were you not in exile? You're coming to tell us treason. I told you people that, look, one day we are going to be the elder. One day we will be that 60 years. One day we will be that 70 years. And we will pay most of you back the way you have done to our people. If we don't get you, we pay your family back. Because I know, Makachineke, if Biafra comes, there are many people from Nigeria, from the West, their leg, they passing no grata inside Biafra land. whether they like it or not, because they are evil. They are evil. We'll make sure your grandchildren will never see that part of the world. You will be all blacklisted. Most of you, because all your fights is how do you suppress the Igbo man? How do you suppress a Biafran? Look at Seaport. You don't want Seaport to be functioning. If they talk about restructuring, you people are crying. They talk about regional, you are crying. If they make regional now, this South people and Southeast, we have a seaport where people will now be importing. Hey, Hausa people will be importing from Togo, from Benin, and this place will be cheaper for them. Nobody will import. No. Restructuring is not good because of seaport. To show you people don't want seaport. You people don't want international airlines to land. And I'm using this opportunity. You see those are our businessmen. And everybody want to answer his name. Sometimes he say, oh, this airline is not coming to Enugu. This airline is not coming to Port Harcourt. They don't want to make. How many 5-star hotels are in Enugu? Because we are selfish. Don't you know before most international airline will be landing in your region, there are supposed to be at least 4 5-star hotels. It's not all those hotels you build. Hotel, Hotel Limited. Get a brand and international name. Bring a good hotel and put in your region. Everything you must not personalize it. And Sons. You don't want the company to be grow. Get those international hotels. Build them in your region. International airlines will be arriving. You don't expect Emirates, KLM, when they come, they want to. That is why even Ethiopia that is coming, it just drop people, he come back. They won't lodge. Because where is the hotel? There is a standard for those things. Everybody Toreno hotel, that's all. Is that what hotel is meant for? Hotel is meant for bigger than those things you people are doing. We can't have 4-point Sheraton Hotel. We can't have Movenpick Hotel in Enugu. Can't we have all those big hotels? Can't we have Sheraton? Can't we have Radisson Blue? Why? Even ordinary Best Western hotels. Can't we have? It is franchise. You buy the franchise and build it. What is the problem? Jesus is Lord Hotel. Why not buy a franchise? You pay as you pay for franchise, as you are buying franchise for churches. Why can't you buy for international hotels, the brand, and pay them and use the name and bring investment in your region? It's like an aeroplane. It's like Emirates now. You want Emirates to land in Enugu. There is no hotel. You want Qatar Airways to land. There is no hotel. It's a 5x5 hotel room. You never make a noise. I don't know hotel. You think they will come to lodge there? There is standard for most of these things. And we ask our people, even those who call themselves rich people, in a business, go and build those things. It is for your own good, for the good of the region. People will get money, they go build it in Lagos. You build 5-star hotel, why you can't build it there? And you want international airlines to come to your place. Why the facility is not there? Qatar Airways is landing in Iguacha today. Because when you have hotels, 5-star, their crew will come down and stay in your place. They spend money. They can go back. They can change their crew in the hotels in your place. That is how things are being done. Everybody want to have his own. Nkemu. Now my own. So that you don't look at things that will benefit the region. You don't want. That is why we own a business. When we die, the business die with us. When somebody will hear ABC Motors, money has no master. Why those business don't last? When you die because you never open your mind. Which business in our place you will say now they have 50 years? 50 years lifeline. Any business? No business. 50 years. No one. Even when we are small, all those foreign companies, Leventis, all those of Bata, they have all gone. They have all gone. PZ, Patterson Zakonis, all these things, no one, we are keeping nothing. I think it's time, Mazi, we change our approach. It's time all of us must know what we are doing. It's time everybody must rise up and do the right thing. Nobody's going to do it for us. And finally, before we open this line, this is a message to those people that are importing people. Those, I know, most of them, all of them have said, send the military, because they're coming for provocation. Don't think you can push us to an untimely war. But at the same time, we call our politicians. They must rise up. If you don't rise up to condemn what is happening in Abia State, now, tomorrow, when we start, Makachineke, if you talk about IPOB, we will make sure that we deal with you. Let me leave it here. Ndewo Mazi.
Ndewo Mazi. Let me just bring also on this point you made about the Enugu governor destroying the soccer market and buildings because of his personal hatred and animosity, because he feel that many of them or most of them didn't vote for him. Mazi, why do our people do politics with this type of bitterness and animosity? Is it not the same thing like flashback to Buhari? He said that he is not going to treat people that gave him 5% of their votes with the same way he treats people that gave him 97%. And we are shouting, we are crying. They are destroying our houses in Lagos and we are shouting. What this guy is doing, Peter Mba is doing in Enugu, is he not also supporting or giving credence to what they are doing to her? Because they will give example, don't you see in Enugu what they are doing to her? Why is it because, why are you shouting every time? So it gives people more power in order to deal with us. Why is it so, Mazi? And what is the remedy? Because it's getting out of hand, honestly, Mazi, please.
Mazi, can you hear me? Mazi, they said, do you understand me? Desperate diseases require desperate remedy. There is no solution than to confront these evil politicians. There is no solution. There is no solution that give these politicians sleepless nights. If you are waiting, because these guys, anytime they have taken that oath of office, signed the Makaban agreement by the Fulanis, Mazi, everything they do is to impress those that put them in power. It's very simple. I have not seen a man that came into power. The same thing our people are crying in Lagos, demolition, demolition, demolition. Mazi, there is nothing wrong to demolish a place and build. There are many land. Mazi, you can't come now and start demolishing Aba without providing a place. You know, that's why many places you see some depleted buildings that you're supposed to rebuild. But before you ask people in that place, you build a place and people move. People move gradually. People move. You try to renovate. If it's a market, Mazi, I have seen, even in this country where we reside, you see an old market. While the market is going on, they are renovating it, building it, either expanding it. You will see on top of that one. When they finish, you will see, they will say, this line, you are going to close, we have a job. And they will be very speedy about it. Mazi, what they are doing is just a politics of vendetta. If it is you used to say, they want to come in and deal with the next opponent. Most of them have been indoctrinated by the Nigerian hate, to hate your own people. Mazi, it's just like, it's like it's not an advising you how to treat your own people. What do you think you can get? Themselves, they don't treat themselves good. Their children, they don't allow them to go to school. They like that feudal system of government where everybody should not know anything. They must always be under them. In that case, you don't expect anything good from them. I think you know that. So the same thing, most of our people, you find that some of our people, before they become a governor, all their life, all their businesses, they are indoctrinated by the Northerners. They gave the opportunity. They stay where their people are being demonized. And that is the kind of people these people want them to be in power. When they are in power, that's all they need. They want to impress them. They don't want to impress their own people. They, if you come to the high class, the elites in Nigeria, all of them belong to. They can agree and disagree, but they come together because they are at the top of the chain. They don't care about people below. They don't care. There are enough land to build things in the city. There are enough land to do many things. But they are not looking at those things because they are being advised, they are being indoctrinated by people that controls them. So what do you expect? They can't do because they need those people, especially you see like this Mba. He need to please the Northerners before, so that he know in the next 4 years that he will be in power. You know that. So it's very, very important that they don't disappoint those who brought them to power. I think in the whole of the Southeast, if you ask me where the election really happened, it only happened the real election happened only in Abia State. That is why you see development. That is the only state election was conducted freely. You found that people of different kind of parties, they won. Nobody, not like Imo State, where everybody, 25 out of 27, or all of them, they tell you it's from one party. It doesn't happen. But you go to you found that is why, because they owe nobody any serious engagement. That's why you see development coming in Abia State. You see road. Had it been that the order is coming from the north, you won't see it, you won't do anything. And for the fact they have realized it, the thing they need to do is to fight him. Mazi, they know what they are doing. And I thank you, Kokikabema, that you have given us the brain, we understand the game. And we are here. Because we found out our people have lost everything. Nobody teach them anything meaningful. The churches are there to preach about how to take their money. Schools, people go to the schools, you see how they have bastardized the education system. Small people that buy results have A, B, B, C, C. If you tell them to make a correct sentence, nobody can make a correct sentence. All the examination centers, everybody is buying results now. They have corrupted the system. You come to business, everything, they block our people. Our people continue to wallow in ignorance. When IPO comes here to talk, and you think they don't know what they are doing. They know what they are doing, and we also know what we're doing. We are here, and we are not going anywhere until we make sure Biafra is restored. Mazi.
Mazi, before we open the lines, there are these things I want you to address, please, just quickly. Because we have been getting reports in our land about this, if people are renting house, about the very wicked system. If a landlord gives you a house for example, of 500,000 naira or 300,000 naira, now the commission, people that the intermediaries will also tell you Egoji. They will charge you Egoji and commission and others, almost equivalent to what you have paid. Mazi, this is outrageous. They are not even taking, say, okay, 10%, you're just small percentage. People are causing artificial hardship to our people. And it is rendering many of our people into difficulties without, that are undescribable. And another thing, this issue of discrimination in our land. When somebody wants to rent a house, they will say, he's from Abakaliki. No, Abakaliki. Mazi, what is our land turning into? Whereas we will be shouting, oh, they are discriminating against us in Lagos. They are discriminating against people. When we come to our land, our own land, we continue doing the same thing that we are shouting outside. Mazi, what is the rationale, please? Please, in few minutes. Mazi Biko.
Mazi, I will tell you that is the wickedness of a man. And that is the greedy way. You know, sometimes we don't believe that the war had effect on our people, especially our fathers and some of our grandfathers who are still alive. The war had a very serious, because if you see the way, it's not that everybody loves money, but I found out the wickedness sometimes our people exhibit on things that do not supposed to be. You know, this issue you are talking, I think I have addressed it here on Radio Biafra before. Over people, yes. And I will. This is very common in Anambra. Anambra as a whole, the state as a whole, are the people displaying this behavior of saying, I don't think if you go to Abia, go to Imo, I don't think people don't have time for these things. If you go to Abana, one name, do you understand me? Anambra is the people that are displaying this behavior. That is all the report we used to get. It's all in Anambra. And there are some parts of Enugu where the same thing is happening. Do you understand me? Some parts in Enugu. Mazi, this is a society. This is a societal ill that will not be tolerated. We have said this thing: you cannot discriminate in Biafra land, because these are the things they have used in dividing us. They don't know where that thing can lead. If we don't take charge of this problem, Mazi, it will turn out to be a different thing in Igbo land. You understand me? Because people learn from
Mazi,
some they learn from bad behavior. And I think this is the work of the governor. Now we are raising this issue. The governors, they are hearing us. Those who make laws in the state, they are hearing us. But they will make like they don't hear what we are saying. Tomorrow, IPOB will bring out an order for this. You will see all of them come. Hey, IPOB, come to make order for me. But they don't see the danger this thing will cause in the land. They are not seeing it. They are not seeing the damage. Mazi, many of them, you see all these people. When they go, some of them have foreign passports. You know, that is the foolishness of a Nigerian. I know not only Nigerians, other African people does that. That's the way they reason. You will see some of them will go. They will get American passport, British passport, honor to honor. I am American. I am a British. We believe in equal freedom and this. This is a one. But the moment he left that America and entered Biafra land, he keep that passport and remember this person is from Ebonyi State. This person is from Cross River. I will not. This is the person who had an American passport, a British passport. He can even follow them to protest and be shouting, freedom. Do you understand me? No discrimination. We see him be talking. But the moment he step his foot in Africa, they dump the passport. Just you see them, that evil, devilish spirit will envelope them. They start to misbehave. They will never remember again about the color. Discrimination, I tell people, is everywhere. Irrespective if it is white people did it to you, you start to complain. If the Fulani did it to you, you start to complain. That is, the human being wants to dominate. Then when you come to even in the Arab, everybody discriminates. Everybody, do you understand me? They discriminate. And at the end of the day, what will happen? They tell you, oh, they did this to us. They did this. Mazi, we are not going to accept it. And we will continue to speak out against it when the time comes, when we found out that we are not making any positive impact on it. Then IPOB will enact an order. I'm just saying it now so that they will hear. People should write today's date that now we are calling the governors. We should stop identifying people. We should stop this nonsense. We should stop this nonsense. What is wrong? We are the one bringing divisions in our land. You know, Mazi, I will tell you something. This 30th May, it changed my perception and understanding of certain things that do not listen to rubbish. Do you know that Ebonyi State, that people coming to talk against Ebonyi State, that Biafra, even the devil man, he said Ebonyi State is not Biafra, but on that day, Ebonyi locked down 101%, irrespective there is no radio in Ebonyi State. Mazi.
Very formidable, honestly.
What does that tell you? People are coming. I tell them that it is criminals in Ebonyi State that try to destroy Ebonyi State. The criminals that they are using, importing criminals, some criminals from Ebonyi State to Imo State, to Anambra, and those things continue. People continue to develop that disliking from Ebonyi State because these criminals that they were importing, you see some of them speaking, with that particular dialect from that side. They want to use it to cause a rift. But at the end of the day, can they understand that a criminal is a criminal? You cannot, because he's a criminal, you use it to address a whole people. Ebonyi State. Part of Ebonyi was in Abia. Part of Ebonyi was in Enugu State. So what are we talking? Before they created Ebonyi State. When did they create Ebonyi State? Because our people, all these places on it, all of them were in Abia State. Ogbonnayon, was he not the first governor of Abia State? He's from our people. Or Hozara. Were they not in Abia State before? Now divided, you just give them a name and start to try to put a whole tribe in a very bad spot. Mas, it will not be accepted. It will not be accepted. And I'm sure Dave Umahi that said, Ebonyi is not part of Biafra. He have seen it on 30th May. It's all these statements that some of these myopic leaders are saying because they want to impress somebody. That is why the common people, they will stick on those little things and start to discriminate people. And we are not going to support that. Again, you talk about this, Mazi, in life, the middlemen. When we read history, we understand that why slave trade endured for a very long time and make the business very lucrative. And those who fought so that the business will never stop are the middlemen.
Of course.
During the transatlantic slave trade, the middlemen was a very big problem because they said the reasons why it was difficult to stop or why people, because the middlemen was bitter that they are losing their source of income, their source of business, because they were middlemen trading, selling their own brothers, running the human business. Today they will call it human trafficking. You understand me? Mazi, the middleman is a very big obstacle in every society. It is something we have to be very, very strategic. And I thought that there is a landlord association in every state. I will start by saying the IPOB leadership will draft a letter to the landlord association into the whole state, so that we won't have problem with them. If the governors fail to do that by this month, we are going to address the landlord. I think they have them, Mazi. They have them in each state. Even if it is streets, the landlord, we will address them. We are going to write them a letter.
Mazi, sorry, before you continue, do you know that it is only in Nigeria you want to rent a house, you pay for 1 year, 2 years?
Mazi, we are coming to that.
You have never seen it in any other place in this world.
We are coming to that because we can launch a campaign against these things. We can launch a campaign and we are ready to make problem. We must even make it that at least 6 months, we are going to make a plea for them. People who build houses for themselves, they follow rules. We are living in a country where there are rules. We must start to impact all these things in Biafra land. But I'm telling you one thing, we are going to write to the landlord in Biafra land. we will ask them to desist from this behavior. If somebody, any agent who brought somebody for you for a house, if it is 10%, 15%, he pays. Even in Lagos, that is what they do, the agent fee. There is nothing like AUG. Anything he rents your house, he pays 10, 15%. It is normal. We make it very, very clear. If we found that there is somebody who came to say, ego, all these things, Mazi, we will take that thing up. We don't mind to televise the house and put that landlord in a spotlight. What we will do is real estate people, we will tell them, do not rent this house. We are going to do it. We will put it in social media, make sure that the world knows this particular address. These people behave this way, these people behave this way. We are going to write them. And I'm telling you, if they don't want to respect themselves, remove this unnecessary middleman. Sometimes it may be his brother, his this thing. The money, even the landlord can put somebody. You understand? He said, a house you are just coming to live and you pay rent and leave. They tell you, because nature be there. Where does those things happen? Mazi, this is how our people invent some foreign cultures and strange cultures. And the governors will not talk about it. They are busy now stealing money. They are busy carrying money. They are not seeing it as a problem in the society. They don't know the churches cannot help. The churches don't do because they are busy trying to take away the little money in your pocket. They never care for you. They never care for the development of the city. They never care how people live. It is only personal. Everybody wants to buy a private jet. Everybody wants to have a Rolls Royce. Everybody wants to drive a Giga. If you are not doing those things, you have not arrived. And that is stupid. It's a very bad behavior. We must be contented with whatever we have. Mazi, we are going to look into that issue deeply and know whether it is all in Biafra land or in isolated listing. On that day when this thing happened, I wrote on Facebook, I said to our people, I said, can we focus on our 30th May? That what happened in Aba is a distraction, at least for that day, so that the following day we handle the issue. Because we know they want to make sure that people don't talk about the success of the 30th May. Now, on that day when they started their arrest, as we are also screaming, everybody have to participate. Not only the leadership should talk. We must, like the way we go on social media, we create the awareness. Later on that day, we got a report that the traditional ruler of Nnamdi was later released and many other people they arrested from that community. Mazi, in Nigeria, there is something I used to tell our people. Sometimes when we are making arguments, I say, we must not do something because the Northerners do it this way. Or we are not them. As in the case of mmiri macha oke ogaha mmiri kocha ngwere onaha oke. Many things that we do, our people want to equate themselves with the Northerners. But they forget that we are not treated in the same way. Our people don't understand these things. I haven't seen where these people went, maybe even they killed Northerners, kill military. I haven't seen where they go in on rampage, arrest people, bring in the military to carry. I think they were showing it is the Igbo people they kill. The Igbo people they kill. The Igbo people they kill. It is our brothers they kill. And they use it. They didn't use Hausa people. It's Hausa people used to block our roads. But they didn't use them. Now, Mazi, what has happened? We cannot determine the number of people these people have picked, or have adopted, or have arrested, because the arrest is going on even till now as I'm talking to you. Therefore, what we do is to keep the records. What is happening? Because as they are adopting and people are being released, they are also releasing, they are adopting more. You cannot be certain. But only when families, like as you see that our sister, that is why when you hear something, when you get some videos, some attentions, you don't just watch it and leave it. You have to bring it out to the social media. Somebody may pick it up from there. Many people, when they send something for them in WhatsApp, after they watch it, they stop there. They say, I have seen it. But you don't know the moment you share it, you can save life. Like we have brought the issue of that our sister, because he raised alarm for his siblings, and there are people that have been killed. We will continue to show their pictures, show the world just what the havoc Nigerian government is causing in that place. First, we need to ask, which peacekeeping are they there for? Was there a problem in Abia State? No. So which peace? That is the language we must ask them to first, Tinubu to explain what he means that they were on peacekeeping. So it's very, very important that we follow these things up. We cannot say now, what our people are saying, I have said it here, because they are arrested. What I have said, what I said. The politicians, if they want to talk, they talk. But if they keep silent, and this adoption is going on, this kidnapping is going on, we are going to retaliate. I'm saying it very clearly. We will retaliate. And when we retaliate, if any of them raise their mouth to talk, we will come after that person that raised, because that means they are those supporting these people to come and militarize our place. I have said it here now. That they continue this way if they don't intervene to stop this adoption and killing and torture and rape against our people. I am saying it now that we are going to retaliate. And when we retaliate, if any Igbo man raise up to talk rubbish, we will come after that man. We will know he is one of the people emboldening, giving these people the leverage to do what they are doing in our land. I'm saying it. People should warn Benjamin Carlo, because that is what we are going to do. If they continue in this way, we will retaliate. Nobody can stop it. Nobody can stop it. Whether they like it or they don't like it. They cannot come into our land and continue to kill people. People expect us to keep silent. We will retaliate. ESM will leave the bush and retaliate on behalf of Biafrans that they are attacking. That is what I will say. We will retaliate. They should know. It's not they cannot do that thing and go scot-free. In Biafra land, they kill their own people. They use it to invade our land. They use it. We will retaliate. But they won't tell us that we will retaliate. That is for sure. They must know that. I am saying it, and it is going to happen. Secondly, Mazi, you are talking about Ohaneze. Who make Ohaneze? How will people, these are not questions. Because when there are questions you ask, sometimes I will call it, maybe you are not expecting an answer. You don't ask me who form Ohaneze. Everybody knows the role of Ohaneze, what they have been doing. I don't know how they form Ohaneze. I don't know the role they are playing. The only role very clear for me that I know, I found out that Ohaneze is a tool. It's an organization created by the Fulani Janjaweed, being used to divide the Igbo people in that eastern region. Ohaneze is a group of men, let me term them a group of betrayers, formed together to sabotage any development, any good thing that will come to the Igbo people. They are the group, they are instruments being used by the Abuja to make sure that the Igbo people will never come together as one people. They are seeing how some young people are putting effort to bring the Igbo together, but they are the one destabilizing it. For example, we know that Ohaneze is being rotated, it's a rotational government, seat. It goes from, I think, Nnamdi to finish. It has gone to Delta State, as I know. It has gone to Anambra, gone to Delta State. I think go to Ebonyi. Then, after Imo State, it's supposed to go to Rivers. And presently, I heard that Iwanyam is fighting seriously. Remember that Professor Obiozo died, so Iwanyam will have to serve his tenure. He's supposed to go to Rivers. Now, Iwanyam is fighting seriously to make sure the position do not go to Rivers. He wants to segregate Rivers from the Ohaneze seat. And that is where we are going to come in. That if it is Rivers that will take the seat of Ohaneze, hope will not use the to obstruct what's supposed to go to Rivers. So the people of Rivers must prepare themselves and bring out the person who will lead Ohaneze. It does not belong to Hope and Wanyamu. If we hear there is any politics being used to divide our people any longer, when the position will go to Rivers State, then they will see the bad side of IPO towards Ohaneze. Ohaneze people must do the right thing, or they will never get it fine with IPOB. So that is what I will say. We don't know those things. Mazi, every other question you ask, I don't think people, there are questions you ask yourself. You also know the answer. You also know what is happening. You know what is happening in the Nigerian political arena. You can easily connect the dots and do the analysis by yourself. These things are already policies. They don't want the development of Biafra land. They don't want us to come together. All these politicians, they all build them up just to disrupt the system in Biafra land. And IPOB have come to put order and people must learn how to move. Mazi, people are learning. I won't tell you that people are not learning. I thank many of them who have. There are men of God. Not all of them are not reasonable. There are men. I posted one of the bishops. He was preaching. He was educating people about the Biafran Civil War on 30th May. Ebemo also did the same thing. Use this opportunity because when people don't know about this, in things like we are talking fiction, it's not fiction. These are things that happen in our land. And we want the men of God, as we have urged them, participate in liberating our people, participate in creating awareness for our people. They can't do us anything. If all of us are participating to liberate our people, the enemy will run away. It is because that many people have made themselves available for the Fulanis and the government, the Nigerian government to use them against the people. That is only what we are seeing, but I'm sure we are getting there. We are getting there. IPOB must have taken the center stage. IPOB is a state actor, and everybody must know. If they don't know what a state actor means, let them go to their dictionary and marry the dictionary once more. State actor is the role IPOB is playing in Biafra land. That is why, since I came on radio and let people know that IPOB is a state actor, you can see every one of them, even Tinubu have wrote it today. They want to say that we are non-state actor. No, since I came on this radio, I told them we are state actor. They can't write anything now without saying we are non-state actor. We are going to drag for that position until they come to a logical conclusion that indeed IPOB is a state actor in that region. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi. Caller on signal. Mazi Akas. Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi Jonathan.
There
Hear you
please.
loud and clear.
There were, please.
Good evening from here.
There were.
Okay, fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Akas. I'm calling from Austria, and I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as IPOB National PRO. Mazi China Samuru, just the way our leader used to call you, Agune Chemba, and IPOB worldwide is proud of you. Is proud of the GOS, headed by Mazi Chinedu and all the lieutenants doing great. And we must continue to back you people up because but you people have stood since they adopted our leader, kidnapping from Kenya, rendition to Nigeria. The DOS have stand strong, and we IPOB all over the world have proved once again that Nigerian government cannot destroy us, despite all their evil manipulations and all the infiltrators they saw that inside IPOB. But this 30th of May has proved it to them wrong that IPOB is still intact, and we know every IPOB that are sensible, every Biafrans that are sensible enough that know the stand of IPOB, that we are peaceful in the struggle, we are fighting to liberate Biafrans from Nigeria. they know where we will stand. We are here to save our people, not to kill them. Mazi, the truth about this thing is that Nigerian government is not happy with the government of Alex Oti, because they never believe there's an Igbo man that will come out to think about his people, to make sure that his people will live in a decent, in a decent place. So for them, it's like, who is this man? And they want to bring the same problem they have shown to other states to bring it to other states. This is the truth. IPOB asks people to stay at home. This is what we have been doing for 10 years today. And there's never been a problem. Now they brought their own soldiers to kill our own brothers, want to target IPOB. The same day they know that everybody is at home. Anybody that uses his right mind will know that IPOB can never ever hurt our people, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said that any day we kill our own, Biafra will not come, and we stand on it. We are here to protect our people. So what we are saying here is that people should know that they want to bring insecurity in other states, and Biafrans, we are not going to allow these people to do this. We are not going to allow Oti's government to suffer this thing, because they saw the statement Oti wrote concerning the sit at home, and they were not happy with him. To begin to back like an Enugu State governor, IPOB cannot put this at home here. Sometimes we begin to ask, where are these people coming from? But the truth is that even Mazi, I read when I saw that even the same criminal army stopped Senator Baribe. Detain him from hours. He was going to Beria. They detain him for hours. Even going and coming back, they detain him. A senator of Nigeria, which they cannot do to any other senator in the north. And when Abaribe want to relate this matter to the governor is trying to tell him, calm down. When he spoke, they just want to put fear in this man so that this man will stop the good thing he's doing in other states. And it is a duty of every Igbo people. All of us must join this man, stay at his back to make sure we guide him. Because India actually human are Igbo. Even all these governors, they are ashamed of themselves. That a man will have the mind to develop, which is the duty why we voted for him. So, please, my brother, I want to ask you a question. What can we do to make sure that IPOB protect Alex Oti, because they want to humiliate this man? Even when they call the army chiefs and the head of the police, trying to tell them, you people should wait. I want to investigate to know if chief of army, the head of army in Abia said in front of a governor, telling him that what he's saying he cannot take it, that he's going to deal with the people. A whole governor, army is disobeying what a governor is telling him in our own land. So you see, they want to humiliate this man. Mazi Chinasa, please, what can we do to make sure that we back this man up so that they will not humiliate him the way they used to humiliate other governors? And whether we should go and to make sure he do the right thing, the damage control, he used our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, to say that Mazi Nnamdi is against. If Mazi Nnamdi can leave IPOB, who is going to save him? Who? The most of Mazi Nnamdi, the only most of Mazi Nnamdi can have today that the whole world is respecting him and the zoo is afraid of him is IPOB. We are waiting for Rwanda to go and make sure he go to the same channel to go and do that damage control he makes for himself that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said he's not with IPOB. Mazi, thank you for giving me this opportunity. May God bless you.
There, Mazi. Mazi Nasa.
Yes, Mazi, thank you, Mazi Akas. There is something I want to say. That's what the most important from all you said is about Abia State. You said the military. Mazi, I can tell you there was a governor, I'm not going to mention his name, when most of our people were being adopted. And we show evidence how our people were being adopted. There was also a police commissioner. Evidence were shown to him how our people were adopted in that state. Many people were missing. We try to ask, why you are the governor? And I can tell you this governor make a move, not this current governors. He make a move to say, even the commissioner of police at that time in that state, he said, yes, I am aware these people were adopted. But we have asked the military to release these people to us. The military refused. I mean, even if a commissioner of police, he said these people were adopted wrongly. We found out the governor told one of them, the same thing you see they said to OT, the military told him he will not, in his state, he told him he will not listen to him. Only Abuja will give him order to obey. So why I want to say this thing is to show you the position most of the governors are in with the military that is coming from Abuja. They don't take instructions from the governors. That's why sometimes the governors did certain things. Certain things happen in the state, the governors cannot even talk. But our problem is not whether the governor talk or not. The problem is that when those things happen, you see some Igbo governors, Igbo politicians who are scavenging in Abuja, using those things to become relevant. You see them talking about it, trying to poke the governor or poke anybody. You see, as this thing happened, you know, I can tell you one of the reasons they came against OT is because I think OT tried to be neutral. They want him to start a fight with IPOB because he said, I'm not going to engage these agitators on the 30th May. A reasonable person can think in that way. That is facing the reality. Aba is known for the struggle mentality, for the Biafran ideology, even during the time of Demogojukwu. Now, because of the comment that I'm not going to, and he knows it's one day, what we are asking is something anybody can understand. Now, just one day, you see how they turn the one day now to become trying to turn Aba to war zone. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Now, Mazi, we are not going to talk, because if you talk about OT now, they will say, I told you earlier here, some politicians already, we don't have anything to do with OT. What matters us is the welfare of the Biafran people. We are not working with OT. But as in if OT respects the Biafran people, we respect him. If you respect our ideology that we have right for self-determination, we respect you. We don't counter them for things that are not for the benefit of our people. When we talk about electricity, we talk about agriculture, we talk about many of these things. Is it not for the betterment of the Biafran people? Let us remember our fallen heroes. Did we ask them for money? Did we ask them to pay tax? Did we enforce any of these things? In many states, it's not only in Abia State, but you see how they wanted to twist the issue. Now, we are not going to, if OT is on the right side of the people, he will be defended. Not only IPOB, even the Aba people will defend him. That is what you have to know. But our concern is something. We can only complain to Alex Oti of what is happening in the state. And I know he is seeing it. And I know he is trying his best also to subdue. But to a certain extent, we know he has some limited powers, what he can do. There are certain things he cannot say because he is a governor, because he's a politician. But we owe nobody no responsibility to defend our people. He may try to be political correct. We might not be political correct in our approach because we go head on. So, in as much as OT is doing the right thing, The common people in Biafra land, the masses will defend Oti. Where Oti cannot be able to do, or where he's being tied because of being a governor of a state, IPOB will step in. And that is why I said now, if they refuse to stop this adoption and torture of our people in Abia State, then IPOB will revenge. That is as simple as that. So, Oti, I think he's a people's governor. The people in Abia State love him. They love what he's doing. And I know the people of Aba and Abia State, they know how to defend their own. They will defend Oti if anything goes wrong. But for IPO, we have also a major role to play. We know they will like to intimidate him. We know they will like to, like what they did to Abaribe. Look at what they did to Abaribe. They embarrassed him, asked him, pull him out from his car. This is embarrassing. Abaribe, because Abaribe was once a sympathizer of Mazi Nnamdi, of the struggle of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He took him on bed. They are looking for an opportunity. Will they do that? But they are allowing cattle, trucks that are carrying cattle, cows, to pass them. They never bring them down. This is opportunity. They are bringing weapons. Fulanis will carry truck with cars and they come and pass. And then we move. But they can stop a senator after he have identified himself. They know this is Senator Eyinaya Baribe, but they have the audacity to pull him down, embarrass him, harass him, search his vehicle. I mean, it is more than that. It is more than that have come. As long as Tinubu have said, go and crush IPOB. My brother, we are not taking it lightly. It's a declaration of war against IPOB. That comment from Ahmed Tinubu to say, with the military, they say we will strike. It is a declaration of war on IPOB, and every IPOB member must rise up. We must be on a full alert because Tinubu have declared war against the indigenous people of Biafra, and it is our duty to defend ourselves. Thank you, Mazi.
The war. Caller.
Citizens are being harassed, but they will commit this their devilish game, keep their own colleague, so that they will have an avenue to come into Biafra land and start to killing innocent Biafrans. In Western world, when things like this happen, intelligence officers will do investigation, make sure they found where all those things came out. But Nigeria, soldier, and their politicians have made Biafra land where they would be committing genocide on daily basis, and it's unbearable. I want to tell you, Biafrans, that black people is not civilized in brain. Civilization is not only electricity or good running water or hospital or good road. No. Civilization in brain is very important. Africa is not civilized in brain. About 30% of black people only civilized in brain, but 70 to 8% is not civilized in brain. If black Africa is civilized in brain, especially in Nigeria, then we knew that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come to save Africa from the bondage of West. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come to save everybody in Nigeria